Happy 25th anniversary of WrestleMania 17, folks. What's going on? I'm Graham Giason Matthews here today. April 1st, 2026 marks 25 years since WrestleMania 17. And here today to kick off the month of April in 2026, I thought it was only fitting to be doing a watch-along of the show here today. Now, for those that are unfamiliar, we've done watch-alongs here on the channel before. We did one a few short months ago for the 2016 Men's Royal Rumble match, the only Royal Rumble match that year in WWE. So, nonetheless, that featured the debut of AJ Styles. It was a really, really fun match. We watched that on the 10-year anniversary of that match. Last year here on the channel, we did a watch-along for WrestleMania 26. The first WrestleMania I watched as a fan live as it aired, and we did that about a year ago. And I wanted to do something similar this year going into WrestleMania 42, and I thought it was only appropriate to be doing one here today for WrestleMania 17. And we're not just doing the main event. We are doing the entire show. We are watching all of WrestleMania 17 here today for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. So if you are joining us now, what we're going to do, and this works a little bit better, thankfully, in the sense that we're watching the whole show and not just one match. I'm watching it on Netflix. I will obviously not show the footage here. The video would get taken down immediately. I will have the audio of the show going on in the background, so you can follow along that way. But I would implore you to also, if you watch this either live or after the fact, to join us where we currently are in the show. And I'll be providing live commentary as we watch here. I got my fucking WrestleMania 17 shirt on. I got this as a gift from my brother last year for Christmas, or a year and a half ago, rather, for rocking Austin on the exact 25-year anniversary. So we are in celebration mode here today. But nonetheless, if you do want to watch along with us, I will have the time code up top. You can see up there in the corner. So when I press play on my end, it will also reflect in the timer. I'll press start at the exact same time I press start on my Netflix feed. I don't have any ads on my Netflix feed. So we're watching this entire show. Unlike with WrestleMania 26, which I did have to stop for like ad breaks and shit like that, we will not have that issue here today. We're going to be going full throttle into WrestleMania 17. No breaks. I don't have any snacks with me. I probably should have, but it is around lunchtime, so I do implore you to grab a snack, grab a drink or something if you are watching after the fact, and join us for WrestleMania 17. So without further ado, we're going to get going here. I'll pull up the timer on my end. Just give me one quick second. Make sure I could find this. All right. So when I press the start button here, it's going to reflect on, as we're watching here on, let me turn on my audio on my screen as well so you can hear where I am in the show. And we're going to start it. And well, let's say on 3. We'll start the show on 3 here. 1, 2, 3. All right. And the timer's going, so we are starting WrestleMania 17 as we speak. This is back when they had the classic video packages. Just random fucking stock videos of people watching the show and whatnot, which is funny. I'll pull up the chat there as well, so it reflects there in the chat. I'll have the chat up there on the screen if you want to watch along with us. Trevor hates red. Trevor, what the fuck? Trevor, Trevor, I know that you're Eric, because Eric, you have the same profile picture as Eric. Trevor, I see you / Eric. You can't fool me. You probably should have created a different account. It's my way or the highway indeed. Daniel, what's going on, brother? I see you. Eric / Trevor. Fuck you, Trevor, but Eric, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well. Eric also said, with Stand and Deliver being in St. Louis, any chance for a Randy appearance? I don't think so. I know they're in, SmackDown's in St. Louis as well, so, Randy Orton will be on SmackDown. There's really no reason for him to be on the NXT show on Saturday instead. Trevor said, I'm not Eric. Who's Eric? Well, I don't know, but you definitely appeared to be Eric with the same profile picture there, Trevor, so you're not fooling me. All right, I think this is when we get into the real show here. There it is, my way or the highway, baby. Here we go. WrestleMania. Oh, X7. They don't even say 17. Yeah! This was in the Astrodome in Houston, Texas, right? Same profile pic is hilarious. You're not fooling me, Eric, but I appreciate the attempt, though. Trevor, you can't pull one over on me with that sort of Trevor/Eric said, dang, and happy April 1st, Graham. Happy April 1st. Happy April Fools. This is no joke. I mean, that was a joke, but this is no joke. We're watching the show here today live. If the audio on my end is too loud, not only just the mic, but the show audio, and it's like, it's not a good mix, let me know. I have my show audio lower than the mic, so it doesn't completely, overwhelm my commentary, quote-unquote, here. I mean, there's just something about the commentary from Jim Ross, that music playing in the background, the overshot in the Astrodome, WWF New York, and them just showing the pyro and stuff. Man, what a fucking vibe, man. Do I prefer the Roman numerals? This is when Paul Heyman was on commentary. Do I prefer the Roman numerals or numbers? I prefer the numbers are honestly just easier to read. The Roman numerals make it sound fancier, so I probably prefer the Roman numerals. Doing X7 just kind of sounds and looks dumb. Now you have to keep this profile for 14 days, Eric said. Here comes Jericho, who might be back in AEW tonight in Winnipeg, actually. Johnny said, I got some good news and bad news. Let me know what the good and bad news is, Johnny. Break the wall down. Daniel said, granddaddy of them all. I heard Vince stopped using that because it made Mania sound old. That is true. I think they stopped calling it. They stopped naming WrestleMania. They stopped calling it by certain numbers because Vince thought it sounded old. That is true. That is a real stat. I think they eventually went back to the numbers even before Vince left in 2022. The fact that it would make Mania sound old is the dumbest shit because it's not like it's a person. Why wouldn't you want Mania to sound like it's been around for 50 years? It's not like they call the Super Bowl San Francisco. I am partial, honestly, to the... Oh, Eric, you're back. Okay, cool. I am partial to the egg shape for the Intercontinental Championship because that was when I started watching, not in 01, but when I started watching wrestling in 2008, they had that belt. And I had a Jack Specific version of that Intercontinental Championship. It was one of the first titles I ever owned. And I think on that belt, before I have the replica IC Championship I have now, I got a couple signatures on it. I think I got Shelton Benjamin's. I got Jerry Lawler, even though he never fucking held it. But yeah, I got a bunch of different autographs on that championship. That was when I first started racking up the titles, actually. Because my boy William Regal. Johnny said the bad news is that I lost a lot of money in my car insurance by not switching to Geico. Yeah, that sounds like a commercial straight from the 2000s, honestly. I also appreciate the effort on the Trevor Hates WrestleRants LOL. I appreciate that I appreciate that as well, Daniel. Nathaniel, what's going on, brother? My favorite match at Mania 17 is the TLC match. We discussed this yesterday on hashtag. It probably would be for me too, honestly. It would probably be that, it would probably be my favorite match. No, actually, I take that back. The best match on the show might be TLC. I said, I'll get back to that in a second, Daniel. I said yesterday here on a hashtag on the stream that my favorite match on the show might be Vince and Shane. That my opinion might change by the end of the stream here today. But I would say my favorite match on the show might be Vince and Shane for how much of a fucking train wreck that match is and how fun it is. I actually did not like that Regal theme, Daniel. That dun dun da 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 dun dun. I didn't like that song. I associate it with because I think they gave it to him in like SmackDown versus Raw 08. I want to say I think it was 08. He has that song. I didn't like that song. His current theme is always been the fucking GOAT. I didn't like that song. Fernando, what's going on, brother? Said, sorry he's late. No worries at all. You're actually not too late. We just started the show. If you are tuning in now or a little bit after the fact, if you do want to follow along with where exactly we are at WrestleMania, I am watching this on Netflix. God bless WWE putting all their fucking old pay-per-views on there. On the top of the timer, on the top of the screen here on this very video, you will find exactly where we are in our WrestleMania watch-along. Around 7 minutes and 20 seconds, so. Jericho and Regal for the Intercontinental Championship just started. And it's so amazing, too. Like, we did get an opening video package for WrestleMania. We did get Pyro, but we're 7 minutes in, and we're already getting the first match. I feel like if we were 7 minutes in, to Mania now, Triple H would just be making his entrance. Daniel also said earlier, Graham's wrestling dad, Darren Matthews. Indeed. That is where Matthews, that is obviously not my real last name for those that are unfamiliar. And I adopted that last name, not literally, but I was inspired to use that as a pen name for my favorite wrestler, William Regal. And I actually told him that when I interviewed him 5 years ago and when I met him 4 years ago, and he actually appreciated it. Johnny also said you should give a letter grade after each match. Okay, that's a good idea. We can give a letter grade after each match. I'm watching full throttle, like my attention is completely on the show. I have it here on the picture-in-picture on my laptop, in addition to the chat and the stream. So yeah, we can give a letter grade after each match. I think that would work. Regal getting that heat. Yeah, Grunt, exactly. Grunt, what's going on, brother? Great to see you here. Thank you for joining us. I know you said yesterday you'd be joining us, but great to see you here so early. He said by now we'd be watching the superstars arriving at the arena. I mean, that might be generous. You might be seeing... Yeah, actually, that would probably be accurate. Triple H wouldn't even be in the fucking ring yet to say this is a new era of WWE. They would still just be getting out of the car at the at Raiders Stadium. Fernando said earlier, the Taker Triple H match on here is my favorite of the three. It's not my favorite. I mean, it might be my second favorite. This is a great match on this show. It's a very... I think their first two matches are really underrated. I was never a big fan of their first or their second Mania match at Mania 27, 10 years later. The actual 10-year anniversary of that's on Friday. That Mania sucks. Maybe we'll do a watch-along of that at some point. But, I've gone back and watched that match several times. It is a great match. Taker and Triple H on that show is one of the better matches on an otherwise pretty dire WrestleMania. Daniel said about Regal's theme, the one that he uses now is definitely the superior one. I totally agree, like I said. My favorite Taker Triple H match of the three at Mania is the End of an Era match, personally. I mean, I watched that one live. I didn't think the streak would end necessarily, but probably the best near fall in any match I've ever seen. With the sweet chin music and with pedigree. You thought the streak might be over for like a split second, and it wasn't. But that match is incredible. I don't care what Bret Hart says. I love Bret Hart, but him saying it was a 4 out of 10, I can't say I agree with that opinion. Daniel said, if this was today, Triple H wouldn't even be out yet. We would still probably be on America the Beautiful, LOL. Yeah, you're right. Got to stretch for time, pal. 7 minutes in, we already have a bell ringing. That's insane. That's fucking record-setting. Nice kick there from Jericho. Another Enziguri. Fernando said, Steven Regal had a very good IC Championship reign, and I love the Nux. I don't remember much about the reign in 01. I wasn't watching back then necessarily, but... Oh, actually, no, this was not... Yeah, no, this is for the championship, is it not? Yeah, because Jericho came out with the title. Regal won the belt in 02. This story, it's funny, because this is a really well-wrestled opening match. It was over, basically, Jericho, like, pissing in Regal's coffee. Something fucking stupid. Like, we talk about bad builds today. What a dumb build. But it worked in 2001 for whatever reason. I don't know if people were complaining 25 years ago that was a dumb reason to have a match. But it ended up turning out to be a little fun undercard match on this show. And now that I think about it, it is kind of crazy that Jericho went from headlining WrestleMania the year before. Oh, no, wait. No, I'm sorry, never mind. I'm thinking he won the Undisputed Championship at the end of 2000, or the end of 99. He didn't. He debuted in 99. He was on Mania 2000, Intercontinental Championship European title match with Benoit and Angle. But he wasn't in the main event until Mania the following year when he won the Undisputed Championship at the end of this year in 01. Good near fall there. Daniel said it was funny when they did 27-28 and they tried to act like Taker Triple H in 01 never happened, LOL. I remember that. Yes, they completely forgot about the 01 match. They acted as if it never happened because I think the rumor for a long time was that Vince McMahon never wanted to acknowledge that American Badass was ever a thing, despite it being probably one of the greatest stretches of his entire career, especially creatively. Vince, I think, only ever wanted to think that that Taker was the dead man for his entire career. I think that was the rumor. I don't know if that was ever confirmed necessarily, but that was the rumor for a long time. Grunt said earlier, hold on. Oh, goody, I'm so down to shitting all over that Mania. Yeah, Mania 27 sucked. I don't know if it's the worst WrestleMania, because there are some gems on there. I think Cody and Ray's a really good undercard match. Edge and Del Rio is a good open. Honestly, Mania 27 is a bit overhated. It still sucks. But that Mania, like, how can you close that Mania with Cena and Miz? And then, I mean, it really can't be considered anything more than a mediocre Mania. It's one of the worst WrestleMania main events of all time. The Mania itself, I don't know if it's the worst. I mean, you got The Rock on there as the host. Edge and Del Rio's a good opener. Ray and Cody's a good match. Punk and Orton I really like. I think Cena Miz is a waste. Taker and Triple H is an excellent match, obviously. So it's not completely terrible. Nice lion salt there from Jericho. Fernando said Bret Hart was being his usual... Oh, Jericho just won with the lion salt. Shit. Look, a 6-minute match. Okay. All right. I'll take it. Bret Hart was just being his usual bitter self. Yeah, with the 4 out of 10 thing, I think he was. I think Bret Hart's kind of spot on with a lot of shit. I wouldn't say he was bitter about the Taker Triple H match, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that's just his opinion. Daniel said earlier as well, the streak ending to 06 DX would have been wild. Yeah, that would have been great. I mean, granted, it was 2012 DX, which is even worse. Is it more or less dumb than the Edge Booker over Shampoo? No, that was worse. That was definitely fucking worse. And that also ended up being like a decent mid-card match. Oh, there's Shane. Name was on the contract. This was right after they bought WCW. Got APA. Jacqueline with APA. That's funny. They don't even wrestle on the show, do they? APA's not even on the show. Grunt said earlier, meanwhile, AW on the other end of the spectrum is by having matches already in progress in the middle of the opening pyro. Yeah, for their pay-per-views, they're getting a little too comfortable doing that. I'm all for pre-show matches bleeding onto the pay-per-view, but they've done that now for the last 3 or 4 shows, and it's like, okay. It kind of gets a little forced after a while. And I don't really care to watch the fucking pre-show. So if I go to watch that show on Triller and just see this random match joined in progress, it's kind of just disjointed. Especially when it's like a jobber battle royal that we got at Revolution. Isn't this China and Ivory for the women's title? Well, it's all of Right to Censor. Ivory's China's later. I mean, this is like an 8-man tag team. How the fuck did these guys make the show? Oh my god. No, it's a 6-man tag. Let's see. I wouldn't mind seeing a feud start over a Five Guys cheeseburger. I mean, that would be more realistic, right? Daniel said, wasn't Jericho supposed to main event Mania 2000 before they went with Foley? Yes, he was. He was in the advertising for that match. And they switched him out with Foley because Foley, I guess they were just so impressed with Foley's performance against Triple H and No Way Out. They were like, hey, can you come back out of retirement for Mania? We'll give you a Mania main event. It was too good for Foley to pass up, so, yeah. You are correct. Now Stevie Richards has a fucking podcast. Grunt said, oh, here comes Taz. Is this Taz's only Mania match? Or no, he was a Mania 2000, wasn't he? Because he debuted at the Rumble in 2000. I genuinely don't even remember this match. I don't even know who the fuck Taz wrestles here. Or who he teams with. Who does he team with? Is it APA? Oh, it is. APA does wrestle here. Okay, well, that answers my question from earlier. I kind of forgot about that. Rip Big Boss Man was on this show. Yeah, was he in the Gimmick Battle Royal? I don't remember. To be fair, it was more Punk Rebel versus the New Authority figure, but everyone focuses on the Piss T. Yeah, the Piss T is always the thing that stands out. I mean, Jericho being the Rebel, the Rebel babyface against the New Authority heel, that's a good story to tell, but the fucking pee in the coffee thing always stands out to me because it was so bad. I agree, Daniel. Mania 29 was rather mid. Mania 29, I would argue, is even worse than Mania 27. Mania 29, the build was fucking terrible. Or at least it was just boring. I remember watching the product at that time and thinking, this is so fucking boring. They got me actually somewhat interested in Rock and Cena, and then the match was just a complete waste of time. People shit all over it. Taker and Edge, or Punk and Taker rather, I really liked. That's the only thing really worth the damn on that show. The Shield 6-man in any ordinary television match. Swagger and Del Rio, who gives a shit? Team Hell No versus Bryan and, or Team Hell No versus Ziggler and Big E. That was Big E's in-ring debut on the main roster. Was fine. I mean, again, it was a TV match. Jericho Fandango, fun match, but it was a TV match. Like, that whole fucking card was one giant televised, like, it was like a glorified episode of Raw. Fernando said, one of my best friends is a huge Taker match. Taker Mark, I think you mean. He's a huge Taker Mark, despises the American Badass. Well, I get, some people grew up on the Dead Man and I guess wouldn't like the American Badass, even though that's one of his, probably the best stretch of his career. Daniel also said from 29, Punk Taker was great, but everything else for the most part was meh. Yeah, that's what I just said. I agree. Literally nothing else from that Mania is worth going back to watch. Mania 29 is so fucking boring. I don't even know if any championships changed hands. They didn't have a single women's match on the show. It got cut. Not that I was looking forward to fucking Teams of Funk. Not that I was looking forward to Tons of Funk, or Team of Funk, Tons of Funk, rather, versus the Rhodes Scholars and the Bella Twins, but, I mean, still. No women was kind of a disgrace. I don't think the IC or United States Championships were defended on that show. 29 is just, I genuinely, this might be a hot take, 29, I'd rather watch 27 than 29. 27 at least had some pretty good matches. I love Orton and Punk. Ray and Cody is a very good match for what it is. Cody winning was great. And Taker and Triple H is a great match. 29 is just a fucking waste of time. 29 might be even, it's probably even worse than 27 overall. Brett just hates Triple H, you're right. Shane got that suit on, he did, looking dapper. This might be the best shape Bradshaw was ever in, probably. I mean, it's funny, when he reinvented himself in 04 as JBL, he actually was in worse shape. Isn't that weird? You would think that, I mean, he did lose a lot of weight, but he's almost unrecognizable. You look at this guy, you would never know this was the same JBL from like 3 years later. Unless you like knew, you know what I mean? Yes. Grunt, you answered my question from earlier. They are on this Mania in a 6-man against the right to censor with Taz. We find that out here, obviously. With WWE eventually going PG, you could say right TK censor. I like that. It's clever. I wonder how Taz's WWF career would have went if he was taller. Yeah, but he also got hurt too, you know? If he didn't get hurt, that's another question as well. Ooh, nice suplex there from Bradshaw. What would have happened with Taz? Would he have just been probably just mid-card? I mean, Taz needed to be taller in that age. I mean, Taz was also, you got to remember, Taz is great. But at the same time, they had fucking Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin, Triple H, Undertaker, all these people, you know? Taz, not in the ring, but like, ooh, that's it. Clothesline from hell. Match over. Short, sweet. Brother, we are 22 minutes into the show. We've already had 2 matches. At this point in the show in 2026, Triple H would maybe just be leaving the ring. I don't even think Elimination Chamber, the fucking pay-per-view, started until the 22-minute mark a month ago. Seriously. We are already, like, if you want to get as many people onto the show as possible, book more shit like this. Less bullshit, less corporate nonsense, less commercials, short matches that get people on the show. I mean, not that the match was anything spectacular. The match was fine. You want, Johnny asked earlier to give grades? I'd probably give C+. I mean, it's a pretty basic 6-man tag team match. I thought Regal Jericho, I would probably go B minus. Probably a B. It's a solid opening match. This is kind of whatever, but it gets him on the show. Bradshaw picks up the win in his native state. It's good shit. Grunt said, apparently the reason for the shampoo was because it was supposed to be hair versus hair, but Booker refused to shave his head. That's hilarious. I have not heard that, and if I have, I forgot. Apparently I already read that. Yeah, I don't know why he brought a Big Boss Man, because he's not on this show. Yeah, Fernando, who are you referring to? Big Boss Man's not on this show. You might be thinking of Mania 15. He faced Taker in a Hell in a Cell match, which was absolute garbage. Linda! There's Linda in the fucking wheelchair. This shit is so fucking dumb, but it's honestly hysterical when she, spoiler alert, finally stands up later.
I'm sure it means so much to you that at least you had one child that turned out okay.
This is so bad.
And, Trish, tonight, after Daddy, do you like my new jumpsuit?
Oh, God.
Really pretty. Thank you. And, so after Dad finishes kicking Shane's butt, then
I mean, they told a hell of a story here, to be honest.
Strawberries for celebration. And if you could crush the ice, but use your hand.
How Linda looks in that moment is how I look anytime I hear her talk in 2026.
Thank you. Okay. Bye, Mom. I'll see you out there.
Oh, here comes Raven. Oh, this is the hardcore match, isn't it? For the hardcore title. Mania 29 and 27 belong in the trash can. I agree, Fernando. Oh, I forgot about Brock and Triple H. That was lame. To be frank, I didn't like any of their 3 matches. That was probably the match I enjoyed the most. It's not a match I legit have not gone back and watched, maybe once since then. I liked the match at the time. I haven't gone back and watched it, maybe more than once. But, maybe twice. But yeah, the feud was just not really that great. The feud wasn't all that interesting. Grunt also said he hates 29. Cena won the WWE title from The Rock. Yeah, trust me, you don't have to remind me of that shit. That shit was so bad. At the very least, I was hoping, okay, maybe Cena goes heel. Maybe he goes heel and, you know, he wins back the title, but he goes heel and everyone was booing him anyway. Nope. Cena won clean, and then they basically make out after the match as if it's a passing of the torch moment when Cena had been on top already for almost a decade by then. Fernando asked, have I seen the Supergirl and Masters of the Universe trailer yet? Supergirl, yes. Oh, goated Kane theme, by the way. This is honestly maybe peak Kane. Like, in-ring wise, he was fine, but he was in fucking amazing shape. And he was in, like, such a badass back then. Kane was fucking awesome in 2001. This was right after that Rumble performance, too. Anyway, so I did watch the Supergirl trailer. I did not see the new Masters of the Universe trailer. I thought the Supergirl trailer looked really good. Yeah, Grunt, I forgot about that. The IC Championship was on the kickoff in at WrestleMania 29 in 2013 with Miz and Barrett. I think Miz beat him in like 4 minutes. I remember I was driving to a watch party for that show, and I don't think you could watch. I think they had it on YouTube. I don't know if I watched it on my phone, but I wanted to get there in time to watch that match. It was over before I even showed up at the door. I mean, I wasn't really that pissed because I'm like, fuck, okay, whatever. It was a 4-minute match. I'm sure it was. I went back and watched it later. I mean, you could watch it in the span of 4 minutes, but it was perfectly fine. And then Barrett got the belt back the next night on Raw. They did an amazing job with Eternia, Fernando said. I don't know what you're talking about. Such a great fucking Kane song. Oh, shit. Raven's already going for it. They're not even waiting for Big Show. Oh, here comes Big Show. Is it even like, can you even start a match when the person's not in the ring yet? Like, Big Show's not even out yet. Big Show's not exactly going to run to the ring, I don't think so. How's this going to work? Anyway, Daniel said, yeah, it still low-key bothers me they build Cena Rock as once in a lifetime, knowing damn well they were running that shit back. They literally have confirmed that they were planning for 2 matches in 2011. Like, they knew as far back as when Rock returned, they were going to do a whole, like, 2-year arc at WrestleMania, 3-year arc, starting at 27, ending at 29. And they still fucking called it once in a lifetime, which is crazy. Yeah, he was in awful shape as JBL. Yeah, what was the nickname that... Oh, nice toss there from Kane on the Big Show. What was the nickname that people had for JBL around that time? It was like Jello... It was like Jello Belly Loser or something like that. I just remember when I started watching wrestling, we had called him something like that because he was so fat. I mean, he wasn't like fat, but he was just out of shape. I mean, he basically had boobs. Like my brother and I at that point, I was in middle school, he was in elementary school, but we were like, this man has fucking like, he has tits. And it's crazy to see how much better shape he was in 2001. Speaking of JBL's figure, have I seen him lately? I have, Grunt. I saw a video that he did. He does look bigger, but honestly, I can excuse that. The guy's like fucking, 60 now, late 50s? Let him live his life. If he put on a couple pounds, whatever. I actually met JBL about 5 years ago at a Comic-Con. He was still in, pretty decent shape at that point. He looked like he could come back and not wrestle, but like, make appearances and shit even back then. But I did see a video of him recently doing an interview or something, and he definitely had put on some weight. But, the guy's older, so at that point, who even really cares, Daniel said, Taz said in an interview they were never really going to let him be the ECW version of himself because he's like 5'6", LOL. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He is pretty fucking small. And it's not like he's this amazing talker either. Not like Daniel Bryan was this great talker, but I mean, Taz was really over when he first came in. I feel like he could have obviously had a higher ceiling before he got hurt and broke his neck or whatever. Fernando said, how would you have rebooked the finish of Austin versus Rock to pivot from the heel turn that should have never happened? I think you turn Austin heel, but you don't have him aligned with McMahon. And maybe if he shakes his hand and then he just attacked... Austin has said this. Stone Cold has said this. He also attacks Vince to close the show. He stuns Rock, maybe turns heel, but is kind of more of a tweener heel. Like, the full-on heel him was dumb because Rock went away. He wasn't like the default babyface at that point. You didn't have any babyface. You didn't have a babyface foil for the heel Stone Cold. So I think you just do the same match, not drag out the fucking chair shots. We'll get to that match later, obviously, here in the watch-along, but I would have done it like that. Yeah, this is when they were creative with the hardcore shit, going to like the bowels of the arena. Big Show locking himself in with Raven. Kane trying to get in. Yeah, Kane broke it open anyway. I mean, Kane fucking broke open the door to Hell in the Cell. You don't think he's not going to break open this random cage door here or whatever it is? Just destroying random shit. Bradshaw with abs is throwing me off. LOL. I'm used to sloppy looking JBL. I agree. Not to spoil, but the pop Linda gets later. Yeah, that pop is crazy. It's the best pop in the entire show, I would argue. It's insane. Mania 2018 can go in the trash as well. Yeah, Mania 2018 is mid. I don't hate Mania 2018. I don't love Mania 18. It's okay. Honestly, one of the best first hours in Mania history. I mean, you open with, what was the opener on that show? Was it Rollins, Miz, and Balor for the IC Championship? That match was fucking awesome. Like, it was that match. They did a U.S. title four-way, which was kind of just, oh my God, right into the fucking window. But you had that triple threat for the IC Championship. Oh, damn. Big Show just destroying the door by putting Kane through it. That Ronda mix tag from 38 was also excellent. Oh, he's trying to put him through the wall. All right, hold on. Yeah, through these weak walls, oh, well, there they go. Yeah, the weak wall they set up on purpose just so they can go through it. And then Raven comes in through the door. Throw a fucking table on top of Big Show. Slow Chemical is my goated Kane theme. Daniel said, yeah, that song's amazing. I mean, I wouldn't blame you for saying that's the best one. Did I enjoy my first Mania that I saw in 08? I love Mania 24. I rewatched it the other day on the anniversary of the event. I didn't watch that show, though, so I started watching wrestling in April of 08. I saw commercials for Mania in 2008. Before I could officially consider myself like a fan of wrestling, I was kind of loosely following like the commercials on USA Network. I was a big Monk and Psych fan, and they were airing on USA, so I saw all the... Jesus, Raven gets fucking run over by Kane in the golf cart. And they're on concrete, too, in the back there. Anyway, but I wanted to watch Mania 24, and then I realized it was on pay-per-view. I didn't know what pay-per-view was, and you had to buy it. So I'm like, okay, I can't do that. So I started watching wrestling after that. So I didn't watch WrestleMania 24 in full until many years later. I didn't watch WrestleMania 25 either. I got grounded right before the show happened, like a week before. So my friend at the time invited me over to his house to watch it, and I couldn't because I was grounded. So I had to follow along with the live results on WWE.com or WWE Universe or whatever it was at that point. And then the first Mania I watched live was Mania 26 in 2010, which I did like. I thought that was a good Mania. Mania 25 I got on DVD for my birthday later on in 09, and it's definitely not a great show. Mania 25 is very disappointing. Daniel said, Raven was such a jabroni in WWF, it shocked me to learn how big he was in ECW. I mean, this is a pretty fucking fun match, to be honest. And he was definitely a jabroni in WWE, but he was a massive deal in ECW. He did fit WWE, like, I could see why they hired him. He should have been a bigger star, but, you know, he made the most of what he had in WWE with the hardcore title stuff and whatnot. Same for me with DDP, they said before a bicep injury, no one could touch Kane in the gym. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Kane looked like a fucking monster here. He is huge, and he looks to be in great shape. Latter day Kane makes me forget how jacked he was in the Attitude Era. Yeah, when I started watching WWE, Kane was not remotely that jacked. He was in okay shape, but he was an absolute tank in the Attitude Era. Back on the stage. Oh, the Big Slow. Yeah, I was never a Big Show fan. Never a Big Show fan. Eternia is where the Masters of the Universe takes place. Oh, okay. I would not know that. I am not a Masters of the Universe fan, so I would not know that. But thank you for the lesson there, Fernando. Oh, he's chucked Raven. Oh, God, they fall off the stage. threw the thing on the side. Also, this was 2020. Oh, Kane jumps off the fucking stage with like a leg drop on top of Big Show. Why does the ref have the belt? He counted it, though. Kane wins. That was a pretty cool finish. If this was 2026, people would be booing because they'd have to watch wrestling on a screen. But back then, people didn't really care because it was fun. That was a B-plus match. That's a fun hardcore match. They made great use of the stip. You get Kane and Big Show in there in an undercard match. Good use of Raven. Hardcore title feels important. Yeah, I would go B-plus on that one. That's a really fun hardcore Falls Count Anywhere match. Grunt asked, which Mania did the IC title worse? 29 by giving it 4 minutes on the kickoff, or 27 by having the IC and Tag Team Champions squashed in a minute and a half? Definitely 27. I mean, that 27 match you're talking about is the core 8-man tag, and that match was fucking awful. It was 90 seconds. They made the core look like such losers. Barrett was already kind of booked like a bum at that point anyway. Definitely that match. Barrett had a nothing run as IC champion because they booked him like shit. At least at 29, I mean, putting it on the kickoff for 4 minutes was kind of a waste, obviously. But at least the championship was defended. And we got a new champion. At 29, they just made the IC championship look like a fucking waste of a title. They did it more dirty. I agree. We all put on weight when we get old. I agree, Fernando. Can't blame Triple H or JBL too much for that. Now here's Edge and Christian with Kurt. I forgot they had that alliance back in 01.
And we totally win TLC yet again. I figured maybe we'd go out.
If you make someone tap their hand on the mat, and there isn't an official bell, and there wasn't an official ref, and it wasn't an official match.
This is before he faces Benoit on this show.
Made anyone tap. They never officially made anyone tap.
Unless they cut out the Benoit stuff from these pay-per-views, like this is why they will never... WWE Vault did a live stream for WrestleMania 24. I watched WrestleMania 24 the other day on YouTube. I mean, I could watch it on Netflix, but it's on YouTube for free. But that's because it's the first WrestleMania post-Benoit. Every Mania that Benoit was a part of, literally every fucking WrestleMania for like 7 years, they cannot replay. Oh, there's Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Murdered his girlfriend. Every Mania from 2000 all the way through 2007 at 23. Unless they cut out the Benoit shit, which they're not going to do, then they can't do a watch-along, apparently, on their WWE Vault because they don't want people, they don't want to show Benoit. Right, wasn't Benoit part of every Mania? Mania 19, I don't remember what he did. Might have been in a tag team match. I don't remember what he did at 02 either. 04, he obviously wins the fucking belt. They'll never do a watch-along of that on YouTube. 05, he's in Money in the Bank. Like, I don't think you can find the full first Money in the Bank ladder match on YouTube because of that, because Benoit's in it, so they'll never show it. They might show the finish and blur out Benoit. I don't know. Mania 22, he faced JBL, right, for the United States Championship. And in 23, he faced MVP for the United States Championship. Grunt said earlier, remember when JBL started randomly showing up at indie shows, which led to absolutely nothing? Oh, yeah, no, I know. I said that at the time. I said, what a waste of time that was. They did this whole fucking angle in TNA where he showed up on multiple shows interfering in Nick Nemeth matches, and it led nowhere. It was never explained why he did that. Not only just indie shows, but like literally in TNA, on multiple TNA shows, he showed up. And now TNA has the fucking working relationship with WWE. Like, there's no reason for him not to pay off what... I mean, I don't want JBL to wrestle. But that was just dumb. That kind of just felt like a way for JBL to get booked on some of these shows and not have to really do anything and then disappear without explaining what it was about. Fernando said, I've heard a lot of stories of JBL that he was a huge jerk with talent backstage. Yeah, just ask Joey Styles. Blue Meanie, wasn't he involved with something with JBL? There's a lot of JBL bully stories from back in the day. Justin Roberts had a story about him, I believe. He was definitely a fucking dick. Rollins, Miz, and LBGTQ Balor. Yeah, Balor had the whole Pride entrance that year. Still lost, but it was a cool entrance. Nothing can be worse than Mania 9. Yeah, Mania 9 is awful. Mania 9 is so bad. Mania 9 is, that might be the worst Mania. 11 is also not that much better. Grunt said, virtue singling Balor was so cringe, and I say that as a bisexual man. I mean, I thought it was a nice message. Oh, also, by the way, goated test theme. Test. This is a test. This theme was fucking awesome. Test. This is a test. What a dumb name, but they made the most of it, and like, I don't know, Test was cool. Test was like their version of Big Bill back in the day, I feel like. He gives me Big Bill energy. Daniel said, random, but I loved Kane and Big Show's tag champs in 05. I mean, it kept them busy. Kept them out of the title picture, so there was that. I feel like Big Show and Kane teamed up like fucking 10 times. They probably teamed up in the Attitude Era, but they also had that run as tag champs, like you said, in 05-06. They reunited again. Maybe in 08. I know they reunited in 2011 for a few months. They reunited in 2015 in the Authority. They were inseparable for like 15 years. They were the two big men Vince didn't know what else to do with. Fernando said, I was, wow, Graham, you were that young in 08 that I was still getting grounded. Brother, I was in 7th grade. I'm only 30 currently. I'm not that old. So, yes, I was that young in 2008. LGBT Balor, Grunt says, was probably a Vince idea to make the company look virtuous when he's doing the most evil shit backstage. Yeah, I mean, couple things. One, I think it speaks volumes they don't really do anything with, like, to highlight Pride Month now or Black History Month. They literally just completely fucking move on from it. They at least did more a few years ago to kind of highlight it. At that point in time, I think they partnered with some sort of... It all comes down to company corporate synergy. I think they were partnered with some sort of company to bring awareness to LGBTQ stuff. I don't know. I mean, I think Sonya... I feel like Sonya Deville had told a story about how she wanted to do more with, like, the LGBTQ stuff, but she wasn't a big enough star, so they didn't really let her do that sort of shit. Anyway. Vince McMahon was making an example out of everyone who was over in WCW and ECW. Absolutely. You are correct. Raven should have been the longest reigning hardcore champion ever. Who was the longest reigning hardcore champion ever? Back then, they didn't have long runs. They just had, quick title runs. They had quick title runs because the hardcore championship was, it was only meant to change hands like every other minute. No, Eric Finn did not have a gay gimmick. He came out, if you watch his Mania 34 entrance, he came out with, like, LGBTQ colored stuff and a whole crowd of people that were from this, not the community, but, like, they were from a company or something. I don't know. I thought it was nice. I thought it was cool. It didn't really bother me. I wasn't like, oh, this is incredible. Like, I don't know. It was just random. It did kind of feel forced, but, I mean, it's better than, I guess, not doing it. Fernando said, bad news, Barrett should have won the WWE title in the Nexus first form, but Cena had to bury them. I agree. Barrett should have been a world champion. Never happened because of bad booking. Eric said, this is going to be a long stream. You're goddamn right it will be. We're only 45 minutes in. We're 3 matches in. We're on to the 4th match. Eddie Guerrero in Test for the European Championship. But the funny thing is, this will be a long stream. It's not that much longer than our hashtag streams on Tuesdays. You guys have me going for a while on Tuesdays with your great questions in the chat, so this will not be that much longer than that. I think they cut Benoit on this, Fernando said. They did not. I mean, this is on Netflix. I would be shocked. If it's on Netflix, Benoit is absolutely on the fucking show. If it's on YouTube, it probably would be cut. Like, I heard stories of them airing full episodes of Nitro on their WCW channel, but they don't. I don't think they even. Not only did they cut out Benoit shit, I don't even think they put episodes up that feature Benoit, which is just crazy. Like, he could be the smallest part of the show, and that episode of Nitro, you can't watch it anymore. It's not even on, like, a streaming service. I'm hoping that's what this Club WWE shit is, but I doubt it. Daniel said, Kurt Angle followed by Coach. A lot of receding hair on this show. Yeah, it's kind of it's funny to see how many people have hair back then. And I mean, Triple H is another one. He also doesn't have hair now. Grunt said Benoit wrestled at 16, 17, 19. Okay, so he wasn't at 18. What did he do at 19? What did Benoit do at 19? Was he in a tag team match? Was he on the pre-show? I know he wrestled at 20 through 23. I know that. Fernando said he was in every Mania part of WWE, but like Grunt just said, I don't think he's at 18. Yeah, Mauro Ranallo's got a JBL story too. Yes, he does. That was the whole reason why, I mean, among other reasons, but Mauro Ranallo probably would have been on SmackDown longer than he was if it wasn't for fucking JBL. Thankfully, we got NXT Mauro Ranallo out of it, and he was on NXT for like 3 years, and that was the best place for him, but we could have gotten more of him on the main roster if JBL wasn't an asshole. Definitely goated Test theme. Yeah, that song was amazing. 01 was Test's peak year. Yeah, I would say so. Test was around for several more. Test was around in WWE for a long time. You kind of forget that because they don't mention him. Unfortunately, he died many years ago, but when did Test debut? 99? He had that, what was it, Leave Her or Marry Her match or whatever it was from SummerSlam 99 with Shane, which is a really good match. TNA, well, obviously Test and Albert were a tag team with Trish in 2000. He did some good shit in 01. In 02, I know he was part of the Un-Americans as tag team champions. I don't really remember what he did. I think was he in the company after that? Like, did they ship him back down to developmental? I don't remember where Test was from like 03 to like 06. I know he was on the ECW brand in like 07. He had a feud with Bobby Lashley, but those years in between, I don't remember what happened to him. I think he had an injury, but I don't remember where he was in the product at that point. Would Test have been better if Paul Heyman was his manager? Yeah, I don't remember any Test promos that were any good, so having a manager and someone like Paul Heyman probably would have been for the best. Oh, Perry Saturn. Laying out Test. Oh, Eddie almost wins. Daniel said, interesting that Move to the Music Raw theme was originally for Test. I did not know that, Daniel. That is a fun fact I was not aware of. It's a great fucking song by Across the Nation. I think a lot of people would argue that is Raw's best theme of all time. It's not my personal favorite because I didn't grow up on that song. My personal favorite might be To Be Loved by Papa Roach, because I grew up on that song as the Raw theme song, at least only for a year or two before they changed it to Burn It to the Ground by Nickelback, which is also a great song, I would argue. Ooh, Test laying out Eddie. Johnny said we should have wrestlers named Check, Score, and Answers in WWE. If we have Test, create a whole faction. I'm shocked that Vince never did that. Fernando said Big Show is also tag champs with Taker. That I remember. That's what I'm thinking of. I knew Big Show and Taker were champs in like 99 or 2000 or something. I don't know if Big Show and Kane also teamed up around that time. I don't remember. Noel, what's going on? Thanks for joining. They said, in an alternate universe, Stone Cold never turned heel. What would his booking be? I don't know if he leaves in 02. I don't know if he quits. I think Stone Cold, Stone Cold would have had to change up the character eventually. he was still so fucking over in 01 that 01 was not the time to turn him heel. That's the problem. You would have had to turn him heel eventually or switch up the character. Eddie wins. New European champion. Test top tier big boot. Yeah, that's right. It reminds me of Big Bill. Big Bill's got an amazing big boot as well. Test's big boot is also quite great. I forgot that Eddie was still with Malenko and Perry Saturn at this point. They had been together for like a year. I know Benoit was separate from them at this point, I believe. And I guess what else are you going to do with Dean Malenko in WWE? Same thing with Perry Saturn, right? Yeah, Stone Cold, he probably just would have continued to work with the top names they had in 01. I mean, you could still put him up against the Benoits and the Jerichos and the Booker T's and DDPs and stuff like that. But just as a babyface, he would have represented... I mean, how the fuck does he represent the Alliance? I mean, come on, that's just stupid. That's just dumb. Obviously, he should have been on Team WWF longer than he was in 01.
Jeez, I'm a little bit offended, Michael. Are you trying to say that just because Vince McMahon embarrassed me, bludgeoned me, and ended my commissionership with the words, "You're fired"?
Yeah, this was when Mick Foley was the special guest ref for the Vince Shane match at Mania 17.
Michael Cole, in the interest of fairness, I'm going to call this one right down the line. And I'm going to do it right here in Houston, Texas.
As far as a grade for the Eddie Test match, I'd probably go C. Thought it was a fine match. Again, pretty basic match. It's a good match. It's fine. This is when we really get cooking. The first hour of Mania 17 really isn't anything special outside of the hardcore match. It's just a lot of basic matches. But you kind of get everyone on the card. Test and Eddie it's a pretty decent match. It's nothing great. Fills its purpose. Nothing overly exciting. I'd probably go CC+. Let me backtrack. I thought Test was going to be an all-time great big man. He probably should have. I don't know if he got in his own way or what happened there. Roids and shit. But unfortunately, he was not. King Gaza, what's going on? You think we were going to get a shocking heel turn at Mania 42 like CM Punk cheating to beat Roman? Yeah, I think that's very possible. I said that yesterday. Well, this was when Kurt was cutting promos during his entrance. Because he was a great fucking asshole.
And I saw your little flag, people. And it's missing about 49 other stars. And to be honest, I'm glad I'm having my match here tonight. Because tonight, I can illustrate a point. Chris Benoit, even these 65,000 bull riding, beer-bellied Texas yeehaws know that I have never and will never tap out to you. Oh, and by the way, people, lose the freaking cowboy hats. You're not 7 years old anymore. Please.
This is also right before Kurt started wearing the cowboy hat. In the segments with Stone Cold backstage. That shit was so fucking funny. Oh, this is Benoit's theme before it was Benoit's song. It was like the instrumental version, right? This is honestly a good song. I forgot about this. Honestly, that's a good fucking song. That is a good shit. That is a fucking good song. ECW Test looked like he was on every steroid possible. Yeah, he was fucking huge. Fernando said, which Mania was the triple threat? With Benoit versus Kurt Angle and someone else where both the IC and European titles were on the line. That was Mania 2000, Fernando. I think it was also with Jericho. Jericho, Benoit, and Kurt. 2 out of 3 falls match for both belts. Kind of a convoluted stipulation. Daniel said, yeah, the original version of Across the Nation that whispered, this is a test, at various points. Wow, I did not know that. That is very interesting. I learned something new today. Grunt said Test had his feud with Steiner over Stacy in 03, then he was let go in 04. Oh, okay, so when was he brought back? 06? I was going to say, was he in developmental for 3 years or something? Because I don't remember him in WWE in 05 or 06. I forgot about the Test Steiner feud. That shit wasn't that good, but I remember that. What's the best tag team with tall wrestlers in it? Oh, God, I don't know. I have no idea. Poof. I don't know. The Natural Disasters? I mean, they're two big guys. They're not that tall. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe other people have answers in the chat. Be sure to like the video, by the way, if you are watching live or after the fact. Always appreciated. Be sure to like the video. And subscribe as well. Turn on notifications. All that stuff is greatly appreciated. Grunt said, but he won the bulk of his championships in 01, European IC, WCW Tag Team, and WWF Tag Titles. Yeah, that's crazy. Test had a lot of success in 01 and 02. Daniel said, allegedly Test cut his hair and switched to trunks in 03 because they felt like he looked too much like Kevin Nash. Yeah, Kevin Nash came back to the company in 02, 03, so that would make sense. That sounds like a fucking Vince thing that they would do. Grunt agrees that Test had the best big boot, no doubt. Fernando said Sid Vicious had the best big boot ever. He had a great big boot, too. Anytime I think of his big boot, I always think of him shattering his leg. Daniel said, I saw they just signed Malenko's daughter, or at least she's on an NIL deal. I did see that, which is cool. That is very cool. I did see that as well. Eddie had 2 amazing themes in WWE. Eddie had more than 2 amazing themes. Eddie had the song that he came out to on this show, the Latino Heat. That's a great song. And then, of course, the Viva la Raza. But he also had that song that he briefly used as a heel. And you guys know what I'm talking about. Eddie had that one song that he used as a heel in 2005, very briefly. And I don't know if it was called Lowrider. It was something like that. And they didn't release it in full until a few years ago. It is such a good fucking song. I can't do the lyrics. I don't know what the lyrics are, but that's how the song kind of goes. Want to see what's happening? Gangsta Lean. Yes, that's what it is. It sounds like he says Gangsta Lane. Gangsta Lane. But it's Gangsta Lean. Yeah, that song is fucking awesome. You know what I'm talking about, Daniel. It is a fantastic song. Daniel said, yeah, well, Cole still had frosted tips in 01. I mean, it's 2001. People were still doing frosted tips at that point. I get it. All the McMahon matches were trash. Not all of them. The one on this show is fucking great. It is prime sports entertainment nonsense. I mean, are you talking about, Fernando, the matches they had against each other? Or are you talking about their matches in general? Because Shane had some pretty good fucking matches, too, with Kurt Angle, among other people. The AJ Styles match from Mania 33 is quite great. Yeah, there are some pretty good McMahon matches. Some of them are garbage. Most of them aren't great, but there are some pretty good ones. Shane and Kane from, I think, the Ambulance match, Survivor Series 03. Good match. Eric said, is it true that ESPN Unlimited is now free if you have ESPN Plus? I genuinely have no idea. I am not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it's the same thing, but it could be. You have to Google it. Daniel said, Benoit Instrumental is kind of heat. Yeah, Instrumental, his song is fucking great. Jim Johnston was on fire with the songs in 2001. Great, this is what I'm talking about with WrestleMania 17. Like, you would never know that it's the greatest WrestleMania of all time from just watching, the opening hour. But I think that's why it works so well, because it gradually, gets better. The first hour is fine. You get everyone on the show, some decent matches, a couple title changes, but you get this massive hardcore brawl. You get a great wrestling match with Benoit and Angle here. You get, the attraction match. The sports entertainment shit with Vince and Shane, but the big attraction with the streak on the line, which I don't think it was really about the streak in 01, but Taker and Triple H, the marquee main event for the championship. quick women's match with Chyna and Ivory, just, short and sweet. That's why I really love WrestleMania 17. It's just got a little bit of everything. And this is the best wrestled match in the entire show for, obvious reasons, between two guys that just have incredible chemistry together. Noel said, sometimes I forget we got a Prime Benoit versus Prime Kurt at WrestleMania. I mean, technically we got it twice. We got it also at Mania 2000 in that aforementioned triple threat. So they faced each other at Mania 2 years in a row, technically. And in 03, they weren't, it was a few years later, both guys I would still say were in their physical prime. They had an amazing match for the WWE Championship on that show. So Benoit and Kurt had some fucking phenomenal matches over the course of their respective careers. Benoit was underratedly yoked. His traps are nuts. I mean, he was probably doing some juice too, but yeah, Benoit was, I think he succeeded despite being a smaller guy. He also succeeded because he was just in prime physical condition. Taz, Vince probably was like, this guy's like an Oompa Loompa. I mean, he's short, he's stocky, he doesn't really fit the build of what Vince liked at that point in time. Benoit was not Hulk Hogan, but he was pretty fucking jacked, probably on roids. And he was, an amazing wrestler, so it kind of worked out well. Fernando said, if Benoit's son became a wrestler, he would have had a very difficult time, or would he have had a very difficult time getting booked on the indies? He absolutely would have, but I knew that was never going to materialize. I saw the interview that David Benoit did with Chris Van Vliet years and years ago. He was like, oh yeah, I'm going to use my father's name in his theme song, all this other shit. He never trained a fucking day. He may have gone to Landstorm school like once and then quit. The guy was never serious. I may have said Daniel. I think his name was David. David Benoit. Daniel was his other son that was unfortunately killed as part of the murder-suicide stuff, but David, I think, was the one that wanted to become a wrestler, and he never really took it seriously. Eric said, Pat McAfee has signed a 10-year deal worth $100 million. What, with the ESPN? That's crazy. He'll be back in WWE at some point. He always comes back. I was going to say the Skyscrapers as well, Fernando. The Skyscrapers would probably be the answer. Daniel said Test was in TNA as the Punisher, Andrew Martin for a hot second in between WWE stints. Wow, I mean, I wasn't watching TNA back then, but I did not have any knowledge of that. I could believe it, but I honestly have no memory of him ever being in TNA. Brothers of Destruction, yeah, they're another good top team, like tall team. Fernando said Sid Vicious and a very young Taker were the Skyscrapers in WCW. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That might be your answer for best tall team in wrestling. Johnny asked, Sid Vicious powerbomb or Kevin Nash jackknife? Ooh, I'm gonna go Sid Vicious powerbomb, but Kevin. Why do I keep saying Kevin Nash? Kevin Nash jackknife. Kevin Nash jackknife. Kevin Nash jackknife. Kevin Nash jackknife. Okay, I gotta say it 3 times fast. It was also a devastating move, so I wouldn't want to take either one of them. Let's put it that way. What grade do I give Paul Heyman commentary? I like Paul Heyman commentary. I feel like he gives it back to JR. JR and Lawler were obviously a go-to duo as well, but it got to a point where Jerry Lawler was just fucking annoying. And honestly, Heyman probably would have gotten to that point as well, where he was just incredibly annoying on commentary. But in 01, I think it worked. I think it worked on this show. I think Heyman provides a great soundtrack for this WrestleMania. He's an underrated commentator because he wasn't on commentary for very long. For the rest of his career up until now, he's been a manager, he's been a promoter, he's been an authority figure. He was only really ever on commentary from like early 01, late 2000 through like mid 2001 when he went back to being a manager on screen. And Jerry Lawler was brought back. He was only ever on commentary because Jerry Lawler left the company. And then when Jerry came back, they took Heyman off of commentary. So, and then from that point, he was managing Brock, and he was the SmackDown GM for a little while. And then he left. He was the GM of ECW when he promoted ECW before he quit. And he hasn't really, I mean, he's done commentary, but he doesn't really do commentary consistently as he did back in 01. Fernando said the McMahon versus McMahon matches are what I'm calling all trash. Yeah, no, I disagree. I think Shane and Vince on the show is actually a lot of fun. Vince and Stephanie is an uncomfortable match. I think that's the I Quit match from No Mercy, I want to say in '03. That match is just weird. Vince beating up on his daughter, that's an uncomfortable match. What other McMahon versus McMahon matches did they even do? I mean, I know Mania 2000, they were all represented by a McMahon. But none of the McMahons wrestled in that main event. They were just representing a wrestler in that match. They had to make it all about the McMahons, per usual. Yeah, oh, well, there you go. Johnny said Vince and Stephanie, I Quit is the best McMahon match. I completely disagree. Dean Malenko is an underrated technical wrestler. I don't know if he's underrated. I think people know that Dean Malenko is an amazing wrestler. Dean Malenko had the personality of a fucking broomstick, though, so he was never going to get beyond a certain level. There's the crippler crossface from Benoit. He's got him in the submission. Oh, Angle now. Continuing to choke Benoit. He's foot on the ropes, okay. Yeah, I don't think Dean Malenko's underrated. I think people know that Dean Malenko's great. But how far was he going to go in WWE in 2001 when you had the roster they did? And down goes the ref. Benoit back into the crossface. He's tapping Angle, but he can't win because the referee's knocked out. Daniel said, I don't know how Chris Van Vliet kept a straight face when David said he would use Chris's music and thought Chris would be in the Hall of Fame one day. Yeah, that was questionable. You knew at that point, as soon as the son said that it's like, okay, bro. What are you fucking talking about? Angle slam. And Benoit. Oh, kick out, okay. Yeah, I mean, how can you interview David and have him say, oh, he belongs in the Hall of Fame one day, and then not say, okay, this interview's over? Your father, like, he knows his dad was a great father, or he was not a great father to his other son. He was a great wrestler, but how could you possibly justify putting that man into their Hall of Fame? Just as a person. It just doesn't make sense. Do I think they're one? Ooh! Nice moonsault there from Kurt. Knees up from Benoit. Eric said, do I think one there will ever be in WWE? One what? Do I think one will ever be in WWE? Is one a wrestler? What are you talking about? Johnny said, imagine if we had gotten Harlem Heat. Oh, nice fucking headbutt there from Benoit into Angle. Johnny said, imagine if we had gotten Harlem Heat versus the Dudley Boys or Hardys in 01 or 02. Yeah, that would have been cool. I don't know if Harlem Heat, they probably would have gotten over in WWE at that point. I mean, if the Dudley Boys could get over, I don't see why Harlem Heat wouldn't have gotten over. Oh, Benoit now. Oh, pins Benoit. It's over. How the fuck did the referee not see that? The referee was right there. And maybe it was the fact that he was pulling the tights and he didn't see him. We're like 6 matches into this show, by the way, which is crazy. We're 6 matches in, and we're only an hour and 10 minutes into it. We still have 2.5 hours left. I'd probably go A-. I feel like Angle and Benoit have had better matches against each other. This was a really good match, a great wrestled match. Good steal to win type of victory for Kurt. They did continue the feud, which is why Kurt won here. I'd probably go A- because it could have been better. But they went on to have more matches that spring. Oh, here's Regal.
For a while now after being defeated by Jericho. Are you okay? How you feeling?
What do you mean, am I okay? What kind of a question's that, am I okay? What the bloody hell's it got to do with you, you miserable specimen?
Kamala, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, this is before the gimmick battle royal. He got a pop, though. If Kamala was there now, no one would react. I mean, obviously he died, but... Which is sad. They never really... They put him in the Hall of Fame Legacy Wing last year. But we're so far removed from, like, Kamala's time in wrestling that I feel like people wouldn't even... Fans today wouldn't even know who he is. Yeah, the gimmick battle royal. You see all the names in there. Doink the Clown. Well, we'll see that later, I think. Also, that match is like so dumb that it's also fun.
WrestleMania pep rally with thousands and thousands of America's finest.
WrestleMania pep rally.
Fort Hood has the great good fortune to welcome the WWF superstars.
Interesting.
Huge community here that supports the
Didn't they do Access and shit like that at that point, where they did Access with fans? This was before they started doing tribute with the troops. Let's see. Yeah, Daniel said, David really thought he was going to wrestle as Chris Benoit Jr. Like, good grief, my guy. Yeah, talk about lack of self-awareness. He just sounded like an idiot when he said that. Daniel said, ref was also right in front for the low blow. Yeah, the ref was blind there, I guess. Grunt said, yeah, like at least go more subtle and wrestle as the Pegasus Kid. I'm not saying David Benoit should have never, like David should have never wrestled. I'm not saying that, but he clearly didn't take it seriously. He lacked self-awareness. I mean, he did condemn what his dad did, but not enough. It was questionable. I watched that interview and I'm like, bro, you come across like a fucking moron. I'm not surprised he didn't pan out at all. He always was going to have an uphill climb to follow in his father's footsteps, given what his dad did, which is not his fault, but he didn't do anything to establish his own identity. He literally just wanted to be his father. And unfortunately, people associate Chris Benoit with exactly... there is no way that you can look at Benoit or watch a match of his and not think of what he did. They are forever synonymous. So I appreciate him wanting to honor his dad as a wrestler, but that shit is secondary compared to the crimes that he committed in the days before his death. The ref had water in his eyes, apparently. Oh, Eric was talking about -1 Luke Harper's son. Could he be in WWE someday? I think it's possible, yeah. I mean, he's someone you want to talk about, a second-generation wrestler who takes it seriously. Obviously, he's only like 14 or 15 or something, but, you know, he's doing GCW stuff. I think he's been training the last couple of years. He already has an AEW contract, technically. I think -1 will absolutely wrestle. Now, whether he will be good, I don't know. But he seems like he really loves it. Like, it wasn't just a phase when he was younger. He really does truly love it, and I think he actually does want to break into the business at some point in like an official capacity. So I could see -1 being in WWE down the road, especially if Cody Rhodes is still in WWE. You don't think you would go to bat for Luke Harper's son? Grunt said, I like the storytelling in that match. Talking about Benoit and Angle, or another match, but if you're talking about Benoit and Angle, I would agree. They had a really good match. What was the prize for winning this battle royal? Nothing. No prize. It was just a dumb gimmick battle royal. The funny thing is, it wasn't even like the anniversary of WrestleMania. Like, it's not even like, oh, it's the 30th WrestleMania, or the 25th anniversary, or the 20th, or the 15th. It was the fucking 17th WrestleMania. It was just so random to be doing a gimmick battle royal. Well, there's Kevin Kelly.
You may not like the man, but after that war here at WrestleMania, you have to respect Chris Benoit for what he did to you tonight here. What a brutal contest it was.
What do you mean respect? There were two men in the ring and the better man won. I don't have to respect anyone. I won. I beat him 1, 2, 3 in the ring. There's not a doubt about it. I am the best in the World Wrestling Federation. I proved...
Nope, see Benoit going out. Going back to attack Angle. Angle tapping out. That sets up their rematch of Backlash, which might have been even better. Backlash 01 is a great show. Backlash had some sneaky good fucking shows. Backlash 99, way better than WrestleMania. Backlash 2000, way better than WrestleMania. Backlash 01, great show. Backlash 02, I don't remember. Backlash 03 was very good. Backlash 04 is great. 05, I think, is fine. 07 is really good. 08 is really good. I got to go back and watch the Backlash shows at some point. The Backlash shows were fucking awesome. I reviewed them and rewatched them many, many years ago to review here on the channel, over a decade ago. But it's been long enough, I might have to do written reviews of those shows for WrestleRant.com. Grunt said the gimmick battle royal was worth it just to have Bobby Heenan back on commentary one last time. I agree. That was a fantastic addition to the match. Johnny said, I might put this year in S tier in regards to TV shows and movies. 2001? Yeah, I would say so. 01 had some TV shows I couldn't tell you, but in movies, I know Shrek came out that year. 01 was I mean, obviously wasn't entirely a great year for one specific reason. In the latter half of the year, for our country anyway, but overall, entertainment-wise, there was some pretty good shit going on back then. I was still too young to fully appreciate it all, but I remember seeing Shrek in theaters. I do remember that. Daniel said, remember when McAfee accidentally referred to Pete Dunne Butch as the Rabid Wolverine? I think he's done that. I feel like they've done that a couple times. He's done that a few times, which is fucking hysterical. I mean, it's not like that funny, but it's just funny that he would do that and not know the context. Daniel said, Ivory, underrated attractive. Yeah, she's a pretty woman, is Ivory. Obviously, she is very conservative here in how she dresses, but Ivory always came across, like to this day, comes across as very nice, like a sweetheart of a person. Eric asked, who raised David? I don't know. I think David Benoit was from Chris Benoit's first marriage. Daniel was from his second marriage. So whoever Benoit was married to first, I think that's who raised David. Or maybe it was the woman they interviewed for Benoit's Dark Side of the Ring. I don't remember. Forgot who raised him. Fernando said, is it fair for people to look at Stephanie McMahon and think about what her father did? I mean, is it fair? It's not her fault. I don't look at Stephanie and think of Vince. I look at Dave. I mean, also David Benoit fucking looks exactly like his father. I don't know too many people that look at Stephanie and are like, oh yeah, Vince. I mean, obviously they share the same last name and whatnot, but this entrance for China was badass with the fucking rocket launcher. That shit was cool. It's crazy, too, because China's, like, at her peak here in terms of, like, she's actually wrestling matches, and she's in good shape. She's a massive star. She was gone from the company right after this. And unfortunately died 15 years later. And never made a return to WWE either, which is even sadder. She never came back. She did have that one-off return in TNA, like, 10 years later, but never came back to WWE, not even for that DX reunion in 2012. I think at some point they probably would have brought her back, but it's too bad it didn't happen while she was still alive. Grunt said, Benoit's first wife is back up in Canada. Well, there you go. Fernando said, I think it's unfair to judge David for what his father did. Come on, everyone. I don't think anyone's judging David for what his father did. People are judging David because he sounded like a fucking idiot for saying his father belongs in the Hall of Fame. They're judging what David has said himself. They're not saying, oh, fuck David because his father's a piece of shit. No, they're judging David because what he said was just completely ridiculous. If you watch the same interview that we all did, you would understand what I'm saying. David came across like a moron for saying that dumb shit. Daniel said, Lord, we have to hear that right to censor music more than once on the show, LOL. Yeah, that music was so bad. I think she came back with it. Didn't Ivory come back with that music in the Rumble a few years ago? I think in the COVID Rumble or something. One of the Rumbles, she came out with that song, which was crazy. Never thought I would hear that again. All right, match begins. What time are we at? We're at the 1 minute or 1 hour and 21 minute mark. Okay, keep that in mind. I don't think this match goes more than 2 minutes. We just surpassed the 21-minute mark at the top of the hour. Yeah, David has a different mom. Yeah, there you go. David, yeah, his mom was not Nancy Benoit. I knew that. I look at Stephanie and said Vince. Triple H and Stephanie got her removed from WWE. China? Yeah, no, I know. I still think Triple H would have probably, if he was running today and China was around and she had her act together, they would have brought her back. I do believe that. I feel like at some point, she absolutely would have gotten a... I mean, she still needs a Hall of Fame induction on her own. She got inducted a few years ago as part of DX, but it's not the same as her going in by herself.
Of Ivory and the right to censor, but man, China looks to be in magnificent condition, fully motivated to say the least.
But this is for the women's championship. How dominating of a champion.
And China, ooh, nice arm drag there to Ivory. Clothesline. I think this match is over pretty fucking quick.
Call that a China line. Or maybe not.
Do I think Ivory would have done better today? Yeah, maybe. How good of a worker was Ivory? I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't really remember most of her matches. Was she, like, better? I feel like she was probably better than most women back then. By today, I feel like she'd be kind of in the mid-card. She kind of look... You know who she looks and reminds me of? Similar name, too? Ivy Nile. Who's, like, a good worker, but... I mean, Ivory was a better character than she was. I don't know. She reminds me a lot of Ivy Nile. I could see her probably being in, like, the mid-card for the women's division. Oh, China stopping the count. Daniel said, I know she got work done, but it's wild how different China looks here compared to 1997. Yeah, almost like a completely different person. Dressing vastly different, too. And she's got Ivory up. I think she just puts her right down and pins her, doesn't she? Oh! Puts her down, pins her, 1, 2, and it's over. Short, sweet, straight to the point, giving Ivory her comeuppance, winning the women's championship. Exactly what it needed to be. New women's champ. Eric said earlier, what do you think the ceiling is for Tatum Paxley? JC Jane and Kendall Gray on the main roster, and Lexis King. Lexis King will be jobber at most. I don't see Lexis King. I like Lexis King, but even based on how he's been booked in NXT, I don't see him. I mean, I guess Elijah, what's his name? Elias was a jobber in NXT, and he ended up doing fairly well for himself in the main roster as a pretty consistent character on the show. Lexis King, I just don't see them pushing him beyond, like, lower mid-card. I don't. If they're not doing that on NXT, I don't see them doing that on the main roster. For Tatum, JC, and Kendall, Tatum I could see mid-card for the women. I don't see her being the main women's champion. I don't know if she'll connect as well on the main roster she did in NXT. But on the main roster, I could see her as, like, women's intercontinental champion. If they give her a similar character arc, and that's kind of the thing. When you go to the main roster, you start from zero. Oh, here's Linda again.
So now, you did double up Linda's dosage, did you not?
Sure did.
Double up her dosage.
You don't want to get too excited around WrestleMania. And
oh, God.
You know when to bring Linda down to ringside, right? When Shane is totally immobile. All right, then.
They tell the story throughout the entire show with these four.
Ready to go?
What do you...
Who comes in now? Oh, here's Michael Cole.
Get set for this street fight against your son Shane. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the shocking developments this past week. Your son buying WCW.
Oh, yeah, talking about him buying WCW.
You want...
That was in the go-home show for WrestleMania, which was crazy.
Tonight, you'll get shocking.
They don't really address that until after WrestleMania, though. They do show the WCW guys in the crowd during the show. I think maybe during Vince and Shane. But it wasn't any of the big stars, obviously. Are they doing Vince and Shane now? Oh, wow. I thought this was later. We're only an hour and a half into the show. I thought they were saving this for later. That's crazy. Oh, we still have the TLC match to go, too. JC Jane, her ceiling on the main roster, I don't really see her having a high ceiling. I think JC's improved a lot, but she just, I don't know, I just don't really see it with JC on the main roster. It just kind of feels like a niche thing in NXT. I don't really think she might exceed expectations like Kiana James has, but I don't see her getting far in the main roster at all. And then Kendall Gray, I think she has a higher ceiling than all three of them, honestly. She's a really good worker. If she can continue to put it together personality and character-wise, Kendall Gray could go far in WWE. I don't think she's going to be main eventing WrestleMania or anything, but I think she can go far if they push her properly and she develops more of a character for herself. Johnny said Chyna versus Io could have been the best women's version of David versus Goliath. I think Io Sky could have gotten a pretty good match out of Chyna. I think that could have been a decent match for sure. When in 01 was Chyna gone, Daniel asked. I don't know. Let me look that up. I'm not sure. Chyna. I know she died 10 years ago this month, which is crazy. 2016. She left WWE in 01, November 30th. Okay. So according to her wiki, obviously they had Chyna beat Ivory at WrestleMania for the title. She returned from her injury. She wasn't actually injured. That was a fake injury. She also defended her title against Lita at Judgment Day in 01. She soon vacated the title as it was her final WWF match. There you go. That was her last match, was against Lita. She probably should have lost to Lita then. And Judgment Day was on May 20th. So I guess she left in November, but her last appearance was in May. After she was taken off of television. They have a big paragraph on why she left, though. After, Triple H started seeing Stephanie, and they kind of axed Chyna from the company, which is... The whole story is just really sad. Just a really, really sad situation. Oh, this is when Shane... This is before we had Here Comes the Money. It comes out to No Chance in Hell here. I forgot about that. I don't know if they restart the song or just keep playing it for when Vince comes out. I guess we'll see. I forget. Jazz and Jacqueline would have done great today. Yeah, Jazz and Jacqueline were good. Jazz and Jacqueline were very good for their time. I feel like they would have done well in modern day WWE if they came up today. Daniel said Invasion was doomed when the first debut was Lance Storm. LOL. Yeah, Lance Storm being the first person to jump ship or to appear in WWE programming. I mean, come on. I like Lance Storm. Need him to sign my replica IC Championship belt. No disrespect, but not exactly a major first shot fired from WCW. Let's put it that way. This is where they show the WCW guys. Let's see who they have in there. I gotta zoom in. They don't have a camera on them in the Bronx? I think they go back to them later. There they are. I think Mark Jindrak, John Laurinaitis is in there. Fucking Stacy Keibler. Man, a lot of bums at that point. What was the trainer? What was the trainer from Tough Enough that got fired like 10 years ago? That was like a piece of shit. What was his name? Hugh G. Rection, right? Wasn't that his name in WCW? Hugh Morris? Whatever his real name is. He was in the box I just saw. Let's see. Eric also said, the thing that scares me is Tatum's call-up, is that I don't want to see her get fired, or the feed where the character is so strong and different that they don't know what to do with her. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, her character is so good. It also could be Bill DeMott. Thank you, Daniel. A.K.A. Hugh Morris. A.K.A., don't forget, Hugh G. Rection. That was his name in WCW at one point. Thank you, Johnny, as well. You also said build him up. Who else is in there? It's wild seeing John Laurinaitis with like long hair. The funny thing is that John Laurinaitis wasn't even part of the invasion. I think he immediately took a backstage role. Why the fuck is he in the box? No chance. Here comes Vince. This match is such a mess. It's amazing. I forgot about Foley being the referee too. Stephanie's hair looks good like that. Yeah, we'll see it about Tatum. I hope she does well. She's talented enough to make it work, but I am also concerned because there are so many talented women on the main roster. She may get lost in the shuffle. But they're going to have to give her the right story. I would probably just pair her with Lyra, to be honest with you. I feel like putting her with Lyra out of from the get-go would make sense, and you could do something with her, Bayley, and Lyra because they have history from NXT. Daniel said, I forget what caused Linda to even be in a vegetative state. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember what it was that caused her to be in a vegetative state. I do not remember. Eric said, I have no problem with them not bringing in a lot of the bigger names due to the contracts. Why not? But why not bring in Booker or DDP first? Yeah, they could have absolutely brought them in first, but they didn't. They waited. Booker they brought in soon after, and he did great. DDP, it's not like they had some grand plan with him. The grand plan with him was that he was Undertaker's fucking stalker. That he was stalking Undertaker's wife, which was a terrible way to introduce DDP. It's not like he went after the other people's champion in The Rock or whatever. He went after The Undertaker, who's a top name. But the story sucked. The story was terrible. All right, Vince and Shane underway. Obviously, these two just beat the crap out of each other in just the weakest way possible. Because obviously neither guy is like a trained professional wrestler. Johnny said WCW had a lot of the worst names, stipulations, and reasons for matches to happen. Yeah, especially towards the end, WCW television was just prime garbage. They were just waiting to be killed off. It was bad back then. They probably deserved to die, to be honest with you. That's how bad that company was. That's how bad of shape that WCW was in back then. Ooh, shame of the clothesline of Vince. I mean, how old is Vince now? Isn't he like 80 or something? So Shane is still beating up like a 55-year-old man here in Vince McMahon. You got to put that in perspective. Vince did some pretty crazy fucking shit, to be honest with you. At the age of 50 or whatever he was at this point. And as someone who was not a trained wrestler either. He put his body at risk quite a few times. Ooh, Stephanie with the slap to Shane. Vince's walk, LOL, yeah. His walk is iconic. We don't need Vince back in WWE, by the way. I had seen all the speculation from like Busted Open in the past few days. Oh, what if Vince came out of WrestleMania and got a big pop? What the fuck are you talking about? Why would you even speculate that Vince could be back? I mean, that would be the answer is no, and then move on. That would just be awful. I mean, it was bad years ago. It was fun for like a little attraction thing when he faced Austin Theory in an impromptu match, or Pat McAfee rather, at WrestleMania. His last match ever will go down as being with fucking Pat McAfee, which is insane. And then getting stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin. But why would anyone even want Vince back? Like, that would just be awful. No. We don't need that. Shane choking Vince now at the wire. Johnny said, I would have booked a Team WWF versus Team WCW versus Team ECW. Yeah, I mean, having ECW do its own thing and not align with WCW is probably for the best. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know if ECW was big. I don't know if it was big enough to just... Oh, hold on. Mr. Marceau just texted me. Hold on. Hold on. I have to open this. Hold on. Let's see what he's talking about. No, he just sent me something about. I think he sent me something from ESPN about the Jaguars. Mr. I'll have to ask him about that tomorrow when we're on the show together. Yeah, why would anyone even want Vince back in 2026? A part of the product behind the scenes doesn't matter. Why would anyone even want that? That would just be terrible. But yeah, Team ECW though, was it big enough in 01 to justify doing like a 3-way tag team match at Survivor Series? I mean, it would have been cool, but like I feel like a lot of the stars that were even in ECW were already in WWE, like the fucking Dudleys and stuff. Like, they would have been Team WWE. I don't know. It just kind of seemed dumb to me. Daniel said, do you think Booker was stiffed for a second because he injured Austin? Or was stifled for a second because he injured Austin? Yeah, probably. I mean, Booker was still in a couple world title matches. I think he faced Rock at SummerSlam, didn't he, that year? But they never pushed him at a meaningful level after that. I mean, Booker was involved in, like, world title matches, and 02, he was a mid-card guy. In 03, they put him towards the world title at Mania, and he fucking lost, and then he wasn't pushed at that level for another 3 years. So yeah, I think him injuring Stone Cold definitely had something to do with it. He should have won a championship, a world title, a lot earlier than he did. And the fact he never held a world title in WWE as a babyface, like a WWE world title as a babyface, is wild to me. He definitely deserved to, because he was so over when he first came in, but they didn't really, they were like, oh, we can't push someone else's guy. God forbid. Daniel said, WCW was terrible, yet AEW would kill for their 2001 ratings. So would WWE. So would WWE. Yeah, I mean, it's just television works differently. I mean, Raw from 08 was, you know, some of the stuff they were doing in 09, 2010 was fucking garbage. But at that point, they were still doing between 3 and... Oh! Missed a diving elbow there, did Shane. I mean, the television that WWE was producing even 15 years ago was terrible a lot of the time. But WWE today would kill for those ratings for Raw if it was still on TV, or SmackDown on USA. I mean, doesn't mean I want those times back, but they slowly eroded their audience, and wrestling just isn't as popular as it was back then, and television works differently. It was just a different time 25 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. Vince versus Shane with Linda and Steph at ringside, nothing like family bonding. Oh yeah, here comes, speak of the devil, here comes Linda with Trish. Got to get all the McMahons involved, but at least this time it was entertaining compared to WrestleMania 2000. Daniel said, considering what we know of Vince and Shane's relationship, it was probably therapeutic for Shane to be whooping Vince's ass, LOL. You're definitely right. RJ and I joke about that all the time. How, like, they asked Vince in his Netflix doc from late 2024, do you think it bothered you that you... I mean, literally speaking about this feud, speaking about this storyline. They asked Vince, do you think it bothered your son? Or your kids, or Shane, whoever, specifically. Oh, here comes Trish to help up Vince. Hold on. And she's picking him up. Where is it? She was making out with him at this point. While Linda watched the ringside. Oh! But for the slap. Oh, and the slap from Stephanie to Trish. And Trish throwing Stephanie into the apron. And you got the cat fight going on in the ring with Trish and Stephanie at this point. This is amazing. What a train wreck. Ooh, laying her out. I think, like I said earlier, I think Stephanie and Trish had a pretty decent match against each other in No Way Out like a month or two prior, actually. Forgot about Mick Foley. He's still the ref. He's standing there in the ring watching this. Trying to get Trying to get Stephanie off of Trish. Oh, there's the slap. And he's going after Stephanie because he's pissed at her. Then Trish runs after Stephanie instead. I believe that cancels them out. Stephanie just randomly trips in the aisleway, which is great. And Trish beating the shit out of her. Stepping on her with her heels and whatnot. I think they're both running in heels. God bless. Linda's still sitting there as Vince has to watch. Vince watching Linda in the wheelchair. You hear him? You see what he said? I think he called his wife a bitch. I love JR's commentary. He just did it again. He called her a bitch again. He goes, bitch. Look at Linda trying to act comatose. This is so bad. You know, it's funny, during COVID, actually. During COVID, I wasn't planning to go to WrestleMania in 2020 anyway. Oh, and fucking Vince slamming the chair against Foley in the back of his head. Oh, and again across the face. We watched WrestleMania 36, but it wasn't really the same because of the circumstances. It was like, it's just not the same. So about a month after WrestleMania, we were like, you know what, let's do a big watch-along party for something because, WrestleMania didn't feel special this year. Let's watch an old WrestleMania and make it feel like it's current WrestleMania. So we watched this Mania, actually. Alexis had never seen it before, and she thought this match was hysterical. We got to go back and watch it. She's still sick with the flu, which is why she's not joining us right now, but gotta keep a distance. But maybe I'll watch it back with her later, maybe in a couple days or something. I don't know. I just love how ridiculous this match is. Johnny said Sabu, RVD, Sandman, Tommy, and Shane Douglas to represent ECW. Yeah, I don't know if that would have gone over well in WWE. I mean, they had Raven too, but Raven was purely WWF at this point, so I don't know. Sting made a great choice by going to TNA. Just throwing Linda into the corner in the chair. You know that pop is coming. Yeah, Sting had a good run in TNA. He was there for longer than he should have been. He was there for almost a decade. But he definitely made the right choice by going to TNA instead of WWE. I just wish he went to WWE sooner than he did. I mean, he was too old by the time he finally went to WWE. At that point, he was just like a nostalgia act who only had a few matches. I'm just glad he went there at all, but... In TNA, though, early on, I mean, he was a big star, had matches with all the top talent. Everyone that came through TNA, he worked with, really, which was cool. They booked him like a star. He didn't feel as special as he probably should have, but he was a household name in TNA for almost 10 years. He really helped out that company a lot. Oh! Trash can to the face, or right to the top of the head of Shane. As Vince talks shit to Linda in the corner. Watch your son get some more. Watch this. Here we go. Is this it? No, not yet. Damn, he's beating the shit out of Shane. Oh. Daniel said, I'm glad not too long ago Booker admitted him losing to Triple H was BS. For the longest time, he seemed to dance around that question when asked. Yeah, and Trish has been attractive her whole life. She's really barely aged. I agree with that. You watch this. Is this it? Huh? Listen to that pop for Linda getting out of the fucking chair. They went nuts. Oh, and the kick to the dick. Vince was definitely already cheating on Linda at this point. Mick taking the shit out of Vince. They're all just beating the shit out of Vince. This is amazing. Yeah, I'm glad Booker admitted that too. For a long time, I don't know if it was because he didn't want to insult Triple H, who was his boss. I don't know, but yeah, that Mania 19 finish was so bad. Oh, nice knee to the face. And then Foley setting up Shane for the coast to coast. She's cheering on her son to put her father away. To put his father away. Yeah, got to set up that coast to coast. Here it comes. Reminder to like the video if you guys haven't already. I would appreciate it. Here comes Shane off the top. Do I miss cat fights? Not really. I actually prefer women's wrestling, but for the time, it was entertaining. Degrading, sure, but it was entertaining. Oh, great coast to coast. Great coast to coast there from Shane. 1, 2, 3. There it is. No chance. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, listen, Vince is a piece of shit, but his theme song will always go hard. Oh, there's Lance Storm in the box. Mike Awesome, I think, is in there. A lot of mid-card, lower-level names. No big names whatsoever. DDP's not in the box. Booker T's not. I mean, I guess you only want to put losers in there, but didn't exactly make them look like superstars when it was just lower-level guys. As Shane and Linda embrace prime sports entertainment match here. I got to see, about 10 years ago for WrestleRant.com, for my website, I did a ranking of my favorite WrestleMania matches up to that point. Oh, Chavo's in there. Chavo wasn't still in WCW at that point? I guess he was. Yeah, Chavo was in WCW, and then Eddie was in WWE. That's cool. When did Chavo debut? Was he a part of the Alliance stuff? I don't remember. Let me see. And Linda getting out of that chair, man, is such a fucking pop. Such a fucking pop. Let's see. WrestleMania. Favorite WrestleMania? I don't think so. Yeah, I gotta find it on my website. Well, I have the list here. I just gotta go through all of them. My number one favorite WrestleMania match of all time is Taker and Shawn, obviously, from 25. Number 2 was Taker and Triple H from 28. I don't know if it still is. I don't think so. Shawn and Kurt, 21, is number 3. Taker Shawn from 26 is number 4. Randy and Seth from 31 is number 5. Number 6 was Shawn and Jericho, Mania 19. That's a great match. I don't know if I would say that's my favorite in retrospect. Rock and Cena from 28. Money in the Bank ladder match, 24 at number 8. Yeah, that match is amazing. Oh, yeah, this was they had Access back then. Okay. It says WWF Access. It's probably like $25 to get in compared to like $100 today. Ultimate Warrior Randy Savage at WrestleMania 7 at number 9. Orton and Batista Bryan for Mania 30 at 10. Do I have Vince and Shane on my list? I thought I did. Triple H and Batista, Hogan Warrior, Brock Roman. Yeah, my list is weird. My list, my rankings are very strange. Cena, Batista, Edge, Taker, Dudley Boys. I guess I don't have Rock and Austin on here. Shawn and Rick for Mania 24. I would put that a lot higher. Money to Make ladder match from 21. Rock and Sock Connection, Dudley Boys. I have TLC 1 in here. Triple H, Shawn, Benoit from 20 I have on here. Orton and Punk. Jericho and Edge. I don't think I have Vince and Shane among my favorite Mania matches on this list, which is kind of crazy because Oh, I do. I actually do. I have it at number 27. Wow. Yeah, no, I love that match with Vince and Shane. Or, Vince and Shane. And here comes TLC time.
Ladders and chairs, the Dudleys defend the tag team titles against the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. This match is as
All right, it's TLC time.
as you will ever see.
And they're setting up the shit as we speak.
Fan of all three of these teams. Their in-ring work.
The first A rating of the night, Johnny said. I would disagree. I gave Angle and Benoit an A minus. I'd probably, maybe you can go B plus. Vince and Shane, I don't know if I can go A. I mean, it really is perfect for what it's supposed to be. I'd probably go A minus on that too. Or at least B plus. I mean, the match itself, as a match, it's terrible. But as sports entertainment bullshit, it's a lot of fun. It reminds me a lot of Sami Zayn and Johnny Knoxville from WrestleMania 38. I like that match a lot. Great 3 count from Foley. Mike Tyson could have learned a thing or two. I agree, Daniel. Oh, no, this was not TLC. Okay, TLC 1 was not a Mania. That was just a triangle ladder match. Hardys were fucking rock stars. Still are. Yeah, TLC 1 was at SummerSlam 2000. This is TLC 2. Edge and Christian, spoiler alert, I think won them all. Shane's Coast to Coast or RVD's Van Daminator? I'd go with RVD's Van Daminator, but Shane's is pretty impressive for someone who's not like an actual worker. Daniel said, you know when Eddie came out with Perry Saturn in the hat, I thought that was Chavo. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, Chavo wasn't in WWE at this point. I forgot. Oh, they had a quick fucking entrance. Because here come Edge and Christian. Were they not the defending champions here, or was it the Dudleys? I think it was, maybe it was the Dudleys. 'Cause they're not coming, Edge and Christian aren't coming out last.
We saw the first ladder match with Edge and Christian beating the Hardys. It has escalated from there. Certainly at WrestleMania last year, the Dudleys added to the mix.
Yeah, this was a culmination of like a 1.5 year long story with Edge, Christian, the Hardys, and the Dudleys, which is crazy.
And then we raised it again at SummerSlam last August ball and TLC 1.
You gotta admire all three of
Yeah, they literally even call the TLC 1, TLC 2, which is sick.
their careers.
I mean, that's how great these matches are. I mean, this is absolutely an A-level match. I mean, it's not even debating it. Eddie might have also been released during that time frame. Yeah, Eddie got released, I want to say in 02. No, 01. Eddie got released in 01. He was only gone for like a year. This is my goated Dudley Boys theme. Not the instrumental. And not the, break it down. Disable. Put your ass on the table. Brothers in the house. Down. The Saliva song is good too, but this is my favorite Dudley Boys song. Table. Yes, that's right. Bam. Great Dudley Boys song. Van Dam had a top 5 hardcore moveset. Yeah, RVD was, he was great. He was an innovator. Another guy that should have been world champion a lot earlier than he was. I feel like in 06, they just started giving people world title runs because they're like, hey, yeah, we're sorry that Triple H buried you in 2002, 2003. We're going to start giving you guys world title runs now. People like Rob Van Dam, Booker T, you know, they started giving people token title runs because they buried them for so many years prior to that point, which is funny. Rey Mysterio got a title run in 06. It's funny looking back on it. All right, TLC 2 about to get underway. Daniel said, I always wanted that Hardy Boys tank top that Matt Hardy is wearing. Yeah, maybe they sell it somewhere. Maybe a fan has sold it or something. I'd be surprised considering this is a pretty well-known match, you know? Maybe they sell it somewhere even today. Eric said, in 2026, I never thought I would have to say this, but wrestling fans, stop being weird to the females. Yeah, I saw what Stephanie Vaquer said. Wrestling fans are, I mean, that's not really news, but wrestling fans are fucking weird. Most wrestling fans are weird by nature and not the good kind of weird. They're just stalkers. They're rude. They're lonely. They're losers. And I know I'm saying this as a fellow wrestling fan, but you would be surprised how many wrestling fans are not normal and are fucking bottom of the barrel, which is why we get a bad rap. It's unfortunate, but people don't have common courtesy, or, they're creeps. What she had said doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. Wrestling fans are just another fucking... They're just another beast entirely. Johnny said, back to Vince and Shane. Vince versus Shane. Was that the best soap opera match of all time? Genuinely, it might be. It might be, honestly. Like, it had everything you would want out of a match like that. It might be the best soap opera match, and it might be the most sports entertainment match in WWE history. Like I said, I also like Sami Zayn and Johnny Knoxville from Mania 38, but what we just got from Vince and Shane is better. Just better story. They told that story over the course of a long time. Eric said, do you think they're waiting for Pac to unite with the Lucha Bros? Because the last time we were in a major promotion was the Death Triangle. WWE? Do you think WWE is waiting for Pac to come in so they can reunite the Lucha Bros? Absolutely fucking not. Pac is never going back to WWE. If he was, he would have been there by now. He is an AEW lifer. He will retire without ever going back to WWE. Nor do I think even if he went to WWE, they would know what the fuck to do with him anyway. So no, they're not going to... They'll reunite the Lucha Bros. They're not waiting for Pac. Nor would anyone even really remember that they were the Death Triangle anyway. Daniel said, Eddie got released for a year, but made it back just in time that he's in both Know Your Role and Z Shit. Are in Shut Your Mouth, LOL. Yeah, he's in both games. Yeah, he was not gone for very long. He must have been fired in 01 because he was back for 02. He was back for the brand split. He was feuding with Edge in 02. He might have been gone for just over a year. I don't know how long he was gone for exactly. But I know he was doing... he was gone for long enough that he was doing Ring of Honor stuff in 02. And he was back in WWE in 02. But Ring of Honor started in 02. So he was not gone for all that long, but he was gone long enough he was able to work in both promotions and do a lot of indie stuff, which is cool. Have some matches with CM Punk. Like, we would have never gotten CM Punk and Eddie Guerrero otherwise, because by the time Punk came into WWE, Eddie died a few months later, and he was on the main roster, and Punk was in developmental, so. Punk has always spoken very highly of Eddie Guerrero. Daniel said he was talking about the jersey that Matt had on during the signing and they showed. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The purple jersey? Yeah, the purple one you said. Yeah, the Hardys were always have always been synonymous with the color purple. I feel like it suits them well. Daniel said, glad they dunked that fan similar to the fan that met Oba. That got mad at Oba. I saw that fan that met Oba, by the way, also met Rhea Ripley the other day in New York City. I saw a picture was shared online of the picture of her with Oba, and she must have gotten off of social media, but somehow her picture with Rhea Ripley surfaced online, so she's still meeting wrestlers, and I'm sure she's still fucking weird, too, because the picture with Rhea doesn't really seem to give a shit, but, like, Rhea was, like, holding her leg or something like that. It was weird. It was just weird shit. So she probably asked Rhea to do a pose, and Rhea said yes, but whatever she wanted Oba to do with the fucking pom-poms, he said no, and honestly, God bless him. That would have just been stupid. These people are not your pets. They don't have to do whatever you ask them to do. They don't want to do it. They don't have to do it. Get over it. You're lucky they're even taking a fucking picture with you. Ooh, nice power bomb. Johnny said manners have been almost eliminated nowadays. Yeah, not even with his wrestling fans. There's a lot of dumb people out there in general. Daniel said fans like that make me embarrassed to cohabitate in the same wrestling space. Yeah, me and you both. That's why it's embarrassing to even say that we're wrestling fans. Because the stuff with Stephanie is the sort of stuff that makes headlines, mainstream headlines, and makes the rest of us look insanely fucking bad. It makes us look terrible. So, yeah, wrestling fans are the worst. Some wrestling fans are the worst. Maybe even most of them. Like, you go to shows and you're like, how do these people exist in everyday life? That is my question. Johnny also said, I didn't know Pac was coming back to WWE. Well, he's not. I said that. He's not. Unless, I mean, I don't know. Did something happen and I missed it? Let me go to Twitter real quick. Did I miss something?
Dudley's sitting, there's 4 tables now. He ripped it on the outside. Unable to get back to his feet.
Oh, wow. MLW signed Lady Frost. That's cool. I see WrestleVotes announced that Danhausen is going to have fans can donate a tooth in an effort to commemorate Danhausen's WrestleMania debut. That is fucking weird. I'm sorry. That's a real thing? That's fucking strange. They want you to just give up a tooth? I love Danhausen, but that is fucking weird. And you know wrestling fans will do it. God, that is creepy. Jesus Christ.
And here we go. The race is on for the Tag Team Championship.
That is fucking weird.
They're so close to these.
Anyway, back to the match. Oh my God, Christian just went. He just went flying over the top rope. Damn. They all just went fucking flying, man. No. Yeah, no, Pac's not going anywhere. He's wrestling Will Ospreay tonight. He's not going anywhere. I forgot he was facing Ospreay tonight on Dynamite. That's crazy. Anyway. Johnny said, Here Comes the Pain, the best collection of moves in a wrestling game? It might. I never played Here Comes the Pain, I don't think. I don't remember ever playing the game. I think I may have seen a friend play it at the time, a long time ago. But I never played the game. The earliest wrestling game I played was WCW NWO Revenge. And then also WWF No Mercy. Those are the earliest games I played. Some of the SmackDown versus Raw games. I mean, I played 06, but I played the original SmackDown versus Raw maybe once at a friend's house at the time. Here comes Spike. This is when we get all the interference from all 3 teams. Spike, hits his finisher on Edge. Christian, too. Through the table? Oh, great spot. Lita had S-tier outfits during these times. Yeah, well, Lita's always another one. You talk about Trish always being attractive, Daniel. Lita's always been attractive, too. Back then, now. She also is barely aged. Spike, nice spot. They showed the replay. Oh, here comes Rhino on behalf of Edge and Christian. He was another guy that came over from ECW, so I know he was in the Alliance too, but it's like this guy's already in WWE, so it's not really all that interesting. They're forming a fucking alliance with these people that are already in the company. Oh, spear to Matt through the table in the corner. Daniel said, yeah, at Emistry there was a grown female fan missing a tooth that wouldn't STFU the whole show. Yeah, that sounds like wrestling fans. They will not stop screaming and yelling. The kids of these shows, oh, here comes Lita. The kids of these shows are also fucking annoying. You would think their parents would tell them to shut the fuck up. I've had so many kids scream in my ears at these shows because they just don't know when to stop. So bad. Oh, low blow from Spike. Nice Hurricane Rana. Oh! There goes Edge again. Even during intermissions, Daniel said. Yeah, it's terrible. Wrestling fans got to stop. Did I hear about the wrestler Cruel getting stabbed? I did hear about that. Yes, I did hear about that. I got stabbed at that indie show. I saw a quick picture. I didn't see the incident. I don't really know much more about it, to be honest with you. That's crazy, though. Wrestling is still real to some, I suppose. Oh, God, a chair shot right to Spike's head. Oh, Lita taking her shirt off for some reason. Don't really know why. Oh, 3D. To Lita. Ooh, and the chair to the back of Devon. It's crazy that two of these teams actually just had a match. And they had Full Metal Mayhem in TNA a couple months ago, actually. Almost 25 years later, and they had their fucking... the Dudley's retirement match, basically. I don't think Devon ever wrestles again. Bubba Ray probably will, but Devon I don't think will. Eric asked, might be a stupid question, but do you think WWE regrets bringing Jade in? No, I don't think so. They definitely don't regret bringing Jade in. Why would they? I mean, they made her champion. They made her tag team champion. She's been heavily promoted. She's still a work in progress. I don't know how much better she's going to get, but it's not like she's been a bust. I mean, she's been over the last 2 years since they debuted her. She's been in Mania twice. She's in another marquee match in Mania this year. I don't see why they would regret bringing her in. Oh, Jeff from the top of the ladder. Oh, fuck. Oh, the swanton of Rhino on the outside. Daniel said, or Johnny also said, justified interference. I mean, it's no DQ. You guys, these people could do whatever the fuck they want. Oh, Spike's also on the table, too. I missed that. I thought it was just Rhino. Oh, fuck. Damn. I feel like whenever Jeff does that spot, he only ever goes through one table. It's never like both. Daniel said, the way Oba chucked that one security guard is how they used to do Spike on the regular. Yeah, seriously. Spike took some fucking punishment, man. God bless him. He seems to be, doing well these days, which is nice. He took a lot of punishment. But Oba chucking that security guard, I said it yesterday on hashtag, that was crazy. That was insane. That shit was insane. Devon and Christian fighting for the title as Matt Hardy looks to stop him. Oh, here's the spot we're going for. This is the spot where Jeff hangs and then Edge spears him, right? They're just dangling there, and Jeff has to... down goes Devon. Christian now also dangling. Oof. Yep, this is definitely it. Jeff Hardy walking across the ladders. That is incredible. Oh, no, he actually fell. I forgot about that. He has to get back up. I mean, I couldn't even stand on the top of one ladder, let alone four. Oh, he's going for the titles. He's got the titles, but his foot's stuck on the ladder. He got it out of the ladder. Now he's actually hanging. Now he's trying to move the ladder underneath him. Bubba moving the ladder. So there's enough momentum. Edge with the spear. Oh. That is a Mania moment, and it always will be. That's insane. Whew. Daniel said the way Oba chucked that one security... Oh, I already read that. But yeah, that Oba security guard spot on Raw this week was insane. I've watched that a few different times since then. That shit was crazy. Daniel also said, yeah, Lita, AJ, Mickie James, Maria Kanellis, Beth Phoenix, CM Punk had quite the roster. Yeah, he made his way through quite a lot of women, including other women that weren't even wrestlers. But yeah, forgot about Mickie, Maria Kanellis he dated for a time too, for sure. Oh, right through all the tables at ringside. That's also a fucking wild spot. Did Roxanne Stalker ever get arrested, Eric asked? I don't think so, unfortunately. I think he may have just been reprimanded. I know what you're talking about. I kind of forgot about that. I don't think he got arrested. I could be wrong. I feel like those people, I hate to say it, they never really get arrested. I feel like there's always a technicality, or they just get like a little slap on the wrist or some dumb shit. Oh, again, a great spot there with all of them going through the ladder. That is insane. Johnny said, Spike Dudley and Darby Allin would have a crazy Texas death match. They absolutely would. Oh, Christian, they got the belts. Oh, that's kind of underwhelming, to be honest. That was quick. I mean, it was after all those big spots, but they just randomly ran up there. Rhino helped them, and that was it. Before Devon could get to the titles. That was kind of abrupt. Otherwise, that is an easy A match. That match is outstanding. Johnny said the fan didn't like the wrestler's prices for his merchandise. Then the fan interrupted his entrance and then fought him after the match. Yeah, talking about Mads Kruger, the fan stabbing of the indie show. That's insane. I didn't know what the story was, but that's true. That's crazy. Why do they always interrupt the entrance? I feel like that happened to Rollins a bunch, where you'd always get stabbed during his entrance for some reason. So weird. Wrestling fans are so fucking dumb, you know? So dumb. That's crazy that Edge and Christian won all of those matches, though. That is pretty insane. I'm back to WWF Access. This is still when they still have a lot of props on sale. They have the XFL training camp. That's so funny. Long line, shit. Is this the one where Lita met AJ Lee?
And I did an interview on WWF.com with Dr. Tom Pritchard, Kevin Kelly, and Michael Cole.
Oh, it's cool they did a WWE.com interview live at Access. It's pretty cool.
This is Fan Access Weekend. I'm at the Community Relations booth. Some ridiculous fan has agreed to spend $200 for a personalized Mr. Sacco. I personally think that
$200 for a personalized Mr. Sacco? Brother, $200 won't even get you in the fucking door in 2026.
I spent $205 on a Mr. Sacco and the chance to meet Mick.
The Mr. Sacco
And meeting him? That's nothing.
the scalp tickets going directly into my pocket into the Foley Pizza Fund.
I'm a little bit overwhelmed by Access.
I'm upset that I'm not going to have 2 complete days just to walk through this place and see every nook and cranny of it.
I think the appeal of WWF Fan Access is that it gives
Kane with the mask on.
people a chance to meet their superstars.
They had all the top stars here. Jericho's there, Kane.
What's your favorite time of time?
Rock's there.
Access is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
They don't really have the top people do this sort of shit now. Steve Blackman.
Favorite WWF superstars to really experience WWF attitude at its best.
And I realize everybody on the roster is here, but the people who are here in Houston to see their Olympic hero. It's true. It's true. Access is great. It's cool.
Yeah, see Triple H is there. They had all the top names there, which is crazy. They would never do that now. At least not included as part of Access. They'd be all. You'd have to pay $1,000.
Now we're back here again in Houston. My favorite part of Access is getting the autographs from Lita and Kane.
This is a true WWF fan.
Undertaker's there.
Experience.
Rock's going out. Austin's looking.
I get they got the commentary booth. They could do commentary with Kevin Kelly. That's pretty cool.
Pro wrestler shoots.
They might have something like that today. I don't remember.
It's about bringing the WWF to our fans, letting them meet our superstars.
Now I'm going to give you all personally a hug when you come up here.
Al Snow.
When I was a kid, that there was something like this for us to go to. This is just absolutely amazing.
Stone Cold Steve Austin is back, and that's pretty much the bottom line.
Because Stone Cold said so.
Paul, I can tell you I had a great time with Access. I was there Friday night. I'm sure you enjoyed it as well.
That's crazy. I wish Access was like that now. Access is still cool, but it's like it's not remotely the same. They charge you an arm and a leg for just the absolute dumbest shit nowadays.
Because I'm excited. How could you not?
Johnny said A+ for me for that match. I would agree with that. That's an A+ match.
And after seeing that,
Johnny also said, which female wrestler has the best moonsault of all time? Probably Lita, right?
attendance record for any event taking place here in the Astrodome.
Oh, attendance record.
Federation
Wow.
and the Reliant Astrodome. Thank you, our
67,000? 6, 7?
very much.
That's crazy. It's my way or the highway. Johnny said it would cost $15,000 to meet Mick Foley and see his collection of socks today. At WWE World, it would. If Cody Rhodes' bus tour was around back in 2001, it would probably cost you $500, not $10,000. Oh, here comes the gimmick battle royal. Mean Gene. Like Grunt said earlier, very cool they were able to get Bobby the Brain Heenan for this. I believe his final WWE appearance, dude. Definitely final time on commentary. No, he actually went into the Hall of Fame a few years later, so no. This was not his final WWE appearance. Last time on commentary is pretty sick, though. They dub over Bobby the Brain Heenan's music. The music sounds dubbed over. I'm checking Wiki. Bobby the Brain Heenan. Let me see. Yeah, he was at WrestleMania that year. He was also inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame class in 2004. I mentioned that earlier. He appeared at WrestleMania 20 the next night in a segment backstage. Wow, he was at the Hall of Fame in 05, 06, and 07? Oh, there's the Bushwhackers. So he inducted Paul Orndorff, the Blackjacks, and Nick Bockwinkel in 05, 06, and 07. That's crazy. His last appearance was on Raw as one of the speakers for Mr. McMahon's Appreciation Night on June 11th, 07. Wow. Was he on Raw, like backstage, or was he in the crowd, or in front of the arena, or in front of the fans? Kind of crazy. Never went back to WWE after that, but his health probably deteriorated, so that would make sense. Interesting. Duke the Dumpster Drozy. Okay. Interesting. Paying $200 for a sock is nuts. Hey, it was signed by Mick Foley, and you got to meet him. So honestly, and went to charity. So I would honestly, $200 for that is a steal. Oh, here's Iron Sheik. Should we count how many wrestlers are dead? Mean Gene's gone. Bobby the Brain Heenan's gone. Iron Sheik is gone. I don't think Duke the Dumpster Drozy is gone. One of the Bushwhackers is dead. Let's say Duke the Dumpster. Nope, he's still around. He was indicted for like murder or something. Yeah, or not murder. Something far worse, actually. Earthquake, definitely dead. He died in 05. Remember, they talked about that on Dark Side of the Ring.
Here comes a big man. The Earthquake.
Mean Gene the GOAT. I agree, Daniel. Johnny said, have I seen the trailer for Masters of the Universe? No. I said that to Fernando earlier. He asked earlier. I saw the new Supergirl trailer, and it looked great. I have not seen the Masters of the Universe trailer, though. The new one. How long was the fucking Goon in WWE for? The Goon. That name has taken on a completely new meaning in 2026. I feel like the crowd didn't know who most of these people were, nor did they give a shit, but they absolutely reacted just now to Doink. That's not the original Doink. I think that's Brooklyn Brawler, right? I don't think that's Matt Bourne. If you want to count Matt Bourne, though, he is dead, so. I like when they used to do gimmick battle royals. They did one on the Raw 15th anniversary show. I like when they do shit like that. I would love to know what a gimmick battle royal would look like today. Oh, there's Kamala. Kamala's dead. We know that.
Well, Kamala, missionaries dripping off the lips.
Did go into the Hall of Fame last year, though, which was cool. It's part of the legacy win. Daniel said, wild how much thinner Bobby the Brain is just a few years later. Yeah, he looks like his normal self here, but he lost a lot of weight soon after this. Repo Man, hey, he's going to the WWE Hall of Fame this year, baby. 1/2 of Demolition, we know who that is. Am I a fan of He-Man? I am not, Johnny. I know who He-Man is, but I didn't watch the show or whatever. Who the fuck is this? Oh, Jim Cornette. I forgot he was in this Battle Royal. He's a fucking manager, and they had him in the Battle Royal. That's so ridiculous. Is this Abe Knuckleball Schwartz? I think it is. Oh, no, this is, yeah, Nikita Koloff. Nikolai Volkov, sorry. I believe he's also gone. Isn't Drew Carey in this? No, he is not, Grunt. You're thinking of the 01 Rumble, Daniel. These are all former wrestlers and characters and gimmicks and all this other dumb shit. Yeah, Cornette's in there. I forgot Cornette was in this match. He's a fucking manager. I know Cornette is, he's Grunt's guy, right? Yeah, there's your boy, Grunt. Jim Cornette. Michael Hayes. I'm sure he's loving the attention here and being back in Texas. Michael Hayes. How much of a run did the Freebirds even have in WWE? Like, the fact he's even in this is crazy. One Man Gang. I actually saw him at a convention a few weeks ago. It was his final his final appearance here on the East Coast at a convention. I don't know how many conventions he's doing nowadays, but yeah, One Man Gang is shockingly, I believe, still around. What are these theme songs, man? Oh, the Gobbledygooker. Who's in the Gobbledygooker here? Who was in the Gobbledygooker costume here? I mean, obviously we know originally it was Hector Guerrero. I actually met Hector Guerrero at Hartford, Connecticut. We don't want to lay claim to this shit from Survivor Series 90. Hayes has the Confederate flag on his robe. That's insane. I missed that. That's crazy. Do I think Chris Jericho returns tonight with it being in Winnipeg? I think there's a decent chance, Eric, unfortunately. I fucking hate to say it, but it sounds like there's a big chance, and I'm fucking scared. No, Tugboat. We know Tugboat's still around. Fred Ottman. He went into the Hall of Fame last year, actually. Him and Earthquake. Yeah, there's Earthquake. It's WWE Hall of Famer. But I met Hector Guerrero about 10 plus years ago at a TNA show. I was trying to go to my seats at the Hammerstein Ballroom, and I ran into him, and I took a picture with him, I believe. I also met Hillbilly Jim. Really nice guy. One of the nicest legends I've ever met. Super nice guy. Loved him on Legends House. They have so many legends in this, man. They all get individual entrances. This was really just stretching for time. I think a lot of these people don't care who this is, or they just don't remember. For most of these people. Yeah. I agree, Grunt. Hillbilly Jim being the best looking guy in the match is crazy. Here comes another current booker, Michael P.S. Hayes. Or not Michael P.S. Hayes, Bruce Pritchard, Brother Love. It's so dumb. Does anyone genuinely care about this at this point, even in 01?
So this is a homecoming of sorts for Brother Love in the gigantic gimmick battle royal at WrestleMania. Bobby, you can just...
Wasn't he writing for WWE at this point, or was he gone from the company? I don't remember. I think he left in 08, so no, you think he was still working there at this point. Oh, Sergeant Slaughter. Big pop for Slaughter, baby. Former WWE champion. Met him as well. I met Bruce Pritchard years ago. I met Slaughter. So we're on kind of a streak of people that I've met, actually. The last 3 or 4 people I've met. I met Slaughter years ago, probably about 10 years ago. Nice guy. Great theme song, too. I am a Jericho guy, Eric. Jericho's running AEW the last couple of years has been garbage. I don't really want him to go back to AEW. I don't even know if AEW fans want him back in AEW. So I am a Jericho guy. I do not want him back in WWE. Oh, here we go. They started and already one-man gang just got chucked out. It's like, why even bother? No, the Repo Man got thrown out. There goes the gobbledygooker. There goes Tugboat getting thrown out by Earthquake. Hillbilly Jim would always ask to join my faction, and here comes the pain, LOL. Hillbilly Jim was in Here Comes the Pain. Why the fuck was I love Hillbilly Jim, but why the fuck was Hillbilly Jim in Here Comes the Pain? While we're talking about it, actually, let's look it up. What was the roster for SmackDown Here Comes the Pain? Let's see. SmackDown Here Comes the Pain roster. A-Train is in the game. Animal's in the game. Animal, when was the last time? I mean, I know they came back in 05 after Hawk died. Kind of surprised that he's in this game, though. Batista, Big Show, Booker T, Benoit, Chavo, Charlie Haas. I don't think Charlie Haas... Was Charlie Haas ever in another WWE game after that? He was in the company for another, 7 years. What video games is he in? Oh, I think he's in SmackDown versus Raw 06. He's actually in... Oh, no. Wait. Oh, he's in 09, but it's DLC. Yeah, I didn't get that. Jericho, Christian, Devon, Eddie, Edge. Yeah, I mean, a pretty decent roster for the time. Bischoff, I guess he's a wrestler. George the Animal Steels, and Here Comes the Pain. That's crazy. Goldberg. Makes sense. Goldust. Hawk. Hillbilly Jim. Fuck, yeah, he's in the game. What are these fucking legends? Hurricane, Iron Sheik, Jazz. Jimmy Snuka is in Here Comes the Pain. John Cena, Kane, Lance Storm. That had to have been the final WWE game he was in. There goes Doink. What video games was Lance Storm in? Was he in 06 or 05? He's in a couple games. But he's not in any of the SVR games. I don't think he's Lance Storm. I think he was gone from WWE at that point. Lita, Matt Hardy, Nikolai Volkov's in the game. Randy Orton, Rey Mysterio, Rhino, Ric Flair, Rico, Rikishi, Rob Van Dam, Roddy Piper. They had a lot of legends. Rodney Mack, forgot about him. No, Iron Sheik wins. Sable's in there. Scott Steiner. Sean O'Hare. That's cool that he's in the game. Oh, Slaughter and Sheik going at it. Slaughter looking to choke. Iron Sheik. This match is terrible, but it's just fun to see all the gimmicks again. So, if you want to grade these matches, this is definitely F tier. But it's fun to see the gimmicks, so it is what it is. Goes on for way too long. So Slaughter takes out Sheik. Wait, hold on a second. Doesn't Ted DiBiase come out? Wait. Hold on. What am I? Oh, I'm thinking of the Raw Anniversary Battle Royal. IRS won that, and then Ted DiBiase came out, and then paid him off, and then won. That's what it was. I thought Ted DiBiase won this. It was actually just Iron Sheik. I get the two mixed up because they're very similar.
I have beaten everybody that there is to beat. I have taken your heroes. I have beaten every single one of them. The Undertaker
Except The Undertaker.
beat me. I'm the dead man. And if you try
Yeah, it was a good match to do for Mania. Triple H and Taker was a really good match. Anyway, back to the game. Sergeant Slaughter's in it. Shawn Michaels, Shelton Benjamin, Stacy Keibler, Stephanie. They have a lot of women, too. Jeez. Steve Austin, Steven Richards, Tajiri, Ted DiBiase, Test, The Rock, Taker, Tori Wilson, Triple H, Trish Stratus, Victoria, Val Venus, Undertaker, Ultimo Dragon, and Vince McMahon. You know, honestly, that's not a bad roster at all. Bro, they have more divas in this game than almost any other game, which is crazy. And this only had 65 people in it. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, Daniel said, yeah, he was in SVR 04. Well, it wasn't 04. I think it was, you mean 05 or whatever it is? Grunt said he was one of the legends with Snuka, Piper, Slaughter, Sheik, Ted DiBiase, Old School Taker, and the Legion of Doom. Oh yeah, George was another legend. Here Comes the Pain was the first game to have unlockable legends. Yeah, that's a lot of random legends too. Like Hulk Hogan's not in the game. Did I say Hogan? I don't think Hogan. Like, why is Hulk Hogan not in the game and Stone Cold? Oh no, wait, they are.
I want a match with Triple H at WrestleMania.
Removed superstars. Hulk Hogan. Why was Hulk Hogan removed? Were they just not under contract or something? But there's other people under a Legends deal, but these guys weren't. Hogan's not in the game. Hogan's Legends not in the game. Ultimate Warrior's not in the game. Why would Ultimate Warrior even be in there? I mean, Warrior hadn't been in WWE in years. Al Snow, Billy Gunn, Billy Kidman, Bradshaw, Jamal, Jeff Hardy, probably because he left the company. Rosie, Spike Dudley, and Regal. Regal was in the company, though. It's kind of weird. I wonder why they got removed. That's so strange. Anyway, Daniel said Landstorm was in Final Reckoning on GameCube. Yeah, I saw that when I just Googled his name for what games he was in. Orton, Cena, and Batista's ratings are so bad in Here Comes the Pain. I'm sure because they were just fucking jobbers at that point. They just started out. Personally, I would have taken out the Legends and put in more cruiserweights like Kidman, Nunzio, and Noble. Oh yeah, I forgot Lemmy from Motorhead did Triple H's entrance live for 17. How many fucking live entrances did Triple H get? WrestleMania 22. WrestleMania 17. 18? No, not 18. Well, maybe 18 too. How many fucking live entrances did Triple H get? I feel like he got a shit ton. Hogan was going to be in it, but he got released. Okay, Hogan wasn't in it because he left the company. I forgot about that. Why was Ultimate Warrior even in consideration to be in that game, though? Can someone answer me that? Jeff Hardy makes sense. He got released. They took him out. I get it. Grunt said, because of how he left during the Mr. America shit. That makes sense. Johnny said, you have to find a way to play that game. What can you get it on the PS2, right? I have a PlayStation 2. If Here Comes the Pain's on PS2, I have a working PS2. I think it might have been for the first PlayStation, though, most likely. They probably took out folks for storage purposes. Yeah, but I think it was also because these people got fired and they didn't want to put them in the game. That happened so many times in other games. Well, actually, that's not true. When people would get released in, like, future games, they would just keep them in. It's probably because they didn't want to pay Hogan his royalties or some shit. Triple H, the king of live entrances. Indeed, he got a lot of them. Did Lemmy always sound drunk live? Yeah, probably. I mean, it did sound cool that he got a live entrance, but... that is true. Triple H might have a live entrance this year at both nights of Mania. Probably will, even though he's not going to wrestle. He'll just have a live entrance for him walking down to the ring announcing that he's in a new era. Also, didn't Triple H debut The Game as his theme song like right around this time, either before Mania? Maybe not here necessarily, but he definitely debuted this theme song right around then, because I know in 2000 he was still using My Time. So this theme song also turns 25 years old this year. Johnny asked, you ever play bootleg video games? I don't. I only play games that I can buy online or on eBay or whatever. I definitely do not play bootleg games. Daniel said, shut your mouth, here comes the pain, and know your role are all on PS2. Okay, so if I can find Here Comes the Pain and someone has a copy, I could play it on my PS2. I have a working PS2 I still play SVR 07 on. They came out with a lot of fucking games on PS2. All of those games and SVR 1, 2, and 3, like SVR 1, 06, and 07. 08, I know they had on PS2. Maybe 09, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Daniel said, I'm talking about taking the folks out that were still employed. Yeah, probably. But they had them announced. They made models for them. On the website I just read, they made models for those people, and then they took them out. Why even make models of them? That's the thing. They know who they're going to put in the game like well ahead of time, so I just thought that was strange. Daniel said he debuted it in January. Okay. So he had been using the song for a few months, but it's the first WrestleMania he had My Time for, which is pretty cool. I think we only have this match in the main event to go, because we only have an hour and 7 minutes left of the of Mania here on Netflix. I don't think I could ever rewatch like Mania 39 or 35 again, because the show's like fucking 5 hours. Like the main card is 5 hours. I'm not sitting here for 5 hours watching WrestleMania 35. That would be ridiculous. Well, here comes Roland. Probably the GOAT Taker Badass theme. I know they use that other one for him now, but it would be cool to hear him come out to this one more time by Limp Bizkit. Yeah! Roll, yeah! Shit was great. The quickest entrance Taker might ever make at WrestleMania. Legit. I mean, he rides his bike out. He's out there in 30 fucking seconds. This is also his first Mania as the American Badass, because he was not back yet by Mania 2000. That was one of the rare WrestleManias that he missed while he was active. So he was the Badass for this Mania, 18 and 19, and then 20 he returned to being the Dead Man. But yeah, this is probably the quickest Mania entrance he ever had, which is crazy. Johnny said for PS2, people used to put video games on blanket CDs/DVDs. That wouldn't surprise me. I probably would have done that back in the day. Might have to do that now if I need to find a copy. Here Comes the Pain. I'm sure there's a copy out there. So it's probably a fucking expensive. Let's Google it now. Well, before I do, Daniel said Rollins is definitely better than what they use now. Oh, Roland. He said Rollins. Yeah, Roland is definitely the better than what they use for American Badass Taker today. There you go. There you go. Jim Ross just mentioned it on commentary, because we've talked about it before. Oh, when did they start talking about the streak? They literally just mentioned it here. I mean, it wasn't a big deal, I don't think. Also, there was a sign that said Triple H is gay, so take that for what it's worth. But Jim Ross just said Taker's never lost at WrestleMania. So they acknowledged it. They knew about it at that point. I don't think it was the part of the story. It definitely was for the Ric Flair match. It definitely was for the Ric Flair match. They started acknowledging it. Johnny said, I would give WrestleMania 17 A+ for not having numerous commercials. Yeah, seriously. It's all action, really. No commercials, no bullshit. There should not be any commercials on pay-per-view. Completely defeats the purpose of having a fucking pay-per-view. Daniel said, folks don't like You're Gonna Pay, but I like it probably because it was what he was using when I started watching. You're gonna pay, you're gonna pay. Yeah, that was a good song too. That was a good song too. So what was I gonna look up? Oh. What were we talking? Shut Your Mouth? What was the game that we looked up? Here Comes the Pain. Okay. Was it called WWE SmackDown? Yeah, SmackDown. Let's see. It's on Amazon. It's probably a fucking third-rate seller. You can buy it on Amazon from... I don't know who it's from, actually. It's used for $78. God damn. If you can buy... Well, how much is SmackDown versus Raw? And I have 07 because I bought it years ago. 07 is only $36 on Amazon. That's not too bad, actually. You can buy it for PSP for $31. 07 is my favorite wrestling video game. I've spent so much time, and I wasn't even around when that game came out, but I've played so many hours on that game for the last 20 years on GM mode specifically. Like, to this fucking day, I still play that game. Yeah, Here Comes the Pain. Thank you, Johnny. Daniel said, I think this is the Mania where they first mentioned that he was undefeated. It probably is. I'd have to go back and watch the other ones. He wasn't at Mania 2000. I doubt they mentioned it during the Big Boss Man match. At Mania 15. It definitely wasn't the point of the story going into that match, but they may have acknowledged it, and I'm just not aware. But back then, they didn't really acknowledge stats like that. You know, they weren't like, oh, yeah, this is the 5th time they're doing this match. They do a lot of stats today, which I really appreciate. Back then, they didn't care. They would forget shit all the time. They didn't give a fuck. The internet was barely in its infancy anyway. So you'd actually have to kind of keep track of some of this shit. Speaking of the Boss Man match, by the way, first of all, I fucking hate WrestleMania 15. I think it's just a terrible show. Not a good WrestleMania at all. But at least it has a really good main event. The funny thing about that Taker Boss Man match is that they came out with this compilation DVD about Hell in a Cell. I think probably in 08 or 09. Probably 08. I bought it or I got it as a gift or something early on in my fandom. And it has like it features every Hell in a Cell match with Mick Foley talking in between each match about the history of each match and whatnot, and the history of the structure and whatever. And he was the perfect person to host a DVD. I would watch that DVD maybe once a year before Hell in a Cell. Every year for like 5 or 6 years, all the way through like college. I watched that DVD. I tried to at least once a year. And it's a great DVD. What's so funny about that compilation set is that the Big Boss Man Hell in a Cell match is so fucking bad, they did not put it on the DVD. Either that, or it's the fact that Taker hung him afterward, that you see him hanging from the cell. I still don't know how they did that. Maybe it's because of that they don't put it on the DVD, because that was right after WWE went PG, that they put out the DVD. So I don't know. I don't really know what the justification was for not putting that match on the DVD, but literally every fucking Hell in a Cell match, including the ones on Raw early on in the history of the structure, are on that DVD except for the Taker Big Boss Man one. And that always stood out to me as being like, wow, that match must be really bad. And I have since seen it, and I can confirm that match sucks. Daniel said they definitely did not mention it against Kane at WrestleMania 14. Yeah, I don't think so. So this probably is the first time they've mentioned that Taker's undefeated at Mania. Because what is the streak up to at this point? He was at WrestleMania... Not 8? What was his first WrestleMania? 7? WrestleMania 8 was in 92. He was at WrestleMania 91. So he was at WrestleMania 7. He won at WrestleMania 7, 8, 9. He wasn't at 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He wasn't at 16. So he was 8-0 at this point. It would go 9-0 and then 10-0 when he faced Ric Flair the following year, which is definitely an underrated match. Mike Chioda knocked out. Taker now with the choke slam to Triple H. Cover, but nobody's here. Oh, no. Mike Chioda makes the cover. And a kick out. I feel like this is also one of those rare Mania matches at the time where you hit a bunch of finishers and it's actually surprising when they kick out because you don't expect it. I feel like that didn't really start to change until after, coincidentally, another Taker match at Mania, him and Shawn Michaels in 2009. They hit so many fucking finishers in that match. It's ridiculous how many finishers they hit in that match. And it was great, but after that, they kind of bastardized it. And it didn't really feel as special after Mania 25. It worked for Shawn and Taker. But when they started doing it ad nauseum after that, it really lost a lot of its luster. Now they're taking their fight to the outside. Oh, fuck, man. Fuck. I just checked Twitter real quick. This is from Andrew Baydala on Twitter, who is actually a pretty credible source. He said in all caps, "This is not an April Fool's joke. The noise surrounding Chris Jericho heading back to AEW has really picked up," in all caps, he said. "It's interesting to say the least. Tonight and going forward should be very interesting regarding Jericho." And they're in his hometown tonight, so there's probably a pretty heavy indicator he's coming back. Man, fuck off. Who gives a shit? That's so bad. John Alba said, "As I reported at the beginning of the year, people very high up in AEW were convinced he was WWE bound. Whatever the circumstances are, that may not end up being the case." Interesting. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with Jericho. Maybe he's just quickly coming back for a quick run to wrap up his contract or something. I have no idea. That's crazy. And then Ibu, actually, on Twitter, who's also a pretty credible source, had responded to that original tweet and said, "If you watched the show this week, you remember what I said. Personally, I think he's coming back to AEW, and Winnipeg seems like a logical setting for it." Man, who cares? Who the fuck would even want Jericho back in AEW? His run the last several years has been so bad. I mean, what else would he even do in AEW that he didn't already do? I mean, come on, man. What the fuck? I don't know. That's just stupid. That's just bad. I'm sorry. Judas, and maybe he'd come out to another new song as he did last time. Why was Taker whooping the ref? I don't know, but it was funny though. Daniel said, "Do you think he potentially decided against WWE because they allegedly wanted to do a retirement angle?" Well, if that was the idea, Johnny, do you actually want the Cornerstone Jericho back in AEW? Does anyone want Chris Jericho back in AEW? That's just terrible. If it's true that WWE wanted him to retire, the answer is fucking good. Chris Jericho is legit like 56 years old. He's almost as old as Goldberg was when he had his last match a year ago. Jericho's like more active than Goldberg was. I mean, not really. He hasn't wrestled in a year, but it's like, brother, I mean, that's so bad. That is so bad. I mean, like, long-term, just joking, Johnny said. That is an absolute joke. Like, we talk about April Fool's Day jokes. Jericho showing up tonight would be a massive April Fool's Day joke on the entire fucking audience. I like Jericho, but I've said this before. What can he possibly contribute from an on-screen standpoint in 2026 to that company that he's been a part of? Oh my God, what a chokeslam to Triple H. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, in WWE it'd be so much better, but at least in WWE they can ride him off into the sunset. and he can leave. And he can retire, and he can have one more run there. If he re-signs with AEW, why would WWE bring him back when he's 60 for one more run? It's now or never. Him staying in AEW it just seems so bad to me. I mean, I feel like that company is legit worse off. I'm not even saying that as a WWE fan. I'm also saying that as an AEW fan. I feel like he is just so much more worse off in AEW at this point in his career, instead of just outright retiring, by the way, than he would be in WWE if they just gave him one more match or one more run or whatever. In AEW, I feel like it's going to be the same shit, where he runs his own creative, Tony Khan runs his creative, and it sucks. Johnny said Jericho. Oh, Taker diving elbow off the top. Shit. Johnny said Jericho can wrestle in the Owen Hart and C2 tournaments this year. Yeah, good luck. Owen Hart, I can see. Was Jericho ever in an Owen Hart tournament? An Owen Hart Cup? He may have been. I don't remember. He's never been in a Continental Classic. I know that. The guy's 55, 56 years old. I mean, seriously, the fuck is he going to do? It's not like he's been out there having barn burners for the last 5 years. He hasn't. He's had some quality matches, but the guy's fucking old. I don't know, man. That just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Sting was older than Jericho was when he went to AEW, but I don't know. Sting's creative wasn't as bad as Jericho's. Sting's creative was great, by and large. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. That is crazy to me. Well, now they're brawling. How is this also not a... Is this a no DQ match? I forget. I think it is. Because why wouldn't they have been counted out by now? They're brawling their way back to the ring. I mean, the ref's been out for like 10 minutes. That's probably why, actually. Now that I think about it. The ref is still out. Mike Chioda is still out. Oh, now he's grabbing the sledgehammer. Does he end up using the sledgehammer on Triple H? I don't remember. He's going to try to use it. I think Triple H low blows him before he can hit him with it. Oh, yeah, kicked him right in the dick. That is crazy. Yeah, this is a really good match for them, though. I mean, they go on to have some good matches. Ooh, nice kick there from Taker. They went on to have some really good matches in the years that followed, but I feel like both guys were in their physical peak at this point. This was before Triple H suffered his quad tear, actually, which was only a few months after this. This was like literally, actually weeks. The quad tear was literally weeks later. Literally weeks later. So this is probably Triple H still in his physical peak. Oh, nice punch there from Triple H. Punch from Taker. Exchanging blows. Mamadou, what's going on, brother? What if Jericho doesn't want to retire? Why would he go stay I don't know. You messed up some of the words at the end there, but why would he go stay with the booking narrative with TK? From a business standpoint, I get why he would stay in AEW. They're probably paying him I guess here's my frustration. It's not with Jericho himself, because Jericho would be a genius. Why the fuck wouldn't he stay? He gets way more creative control in AEW. They probably pay him a shit ton of money. He can have backstage influence. You can help train and stuff. In WWE, he's a lot more limited with what he can do because WWE would have complete control probably, or most control over what he does. And honestly, like I said, they would likely want him to retire. I don't really blame Jericho necessarily. As just a fan, though, it's just like there's nothing remotely interesting or redeeming about Jericho going back to AEW. Literally nothing. Like, oh, he can have this match, he can have that match. With who? Like, he's already worked with everyone. He already worked. I mean, we never got him in Omega 3. Not that I really want that in 2026, to be honest with you. But he's had 3 fucking factions. He never put over anyone during those factions. Like, he never put over anyone in those factions at any point. I think he actually beat Sammy Guevara, and they never ran it back, and he never gave Sammy his win back. I mean, I think Sammy got hurt or something anyway, but they ended up pivoting, and it never ended up happening. Garcia, he never put over. Big Billy never put over. Kick out there from the sledgehammer shot. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's more of a TK thing. Why would Tony Khan even want to redeem the money? He should just be like, no, let him go. Why would he even want to keep Jericho? I mean, obviously he would want to keep him from going back to WWE. But there's no value in, there's not that much value in Chris Jericho, even creatively, in 2026. They put him on Ring of Honor not once, but twice. And both times, it sucked. Specifically the second stint. His first run as world champion in Ring of Honor was fine. But it went on for a little too long. His second run was a complete waste of time. We've seen him in Omega a few times already. He's worked with the Bucks a bunch. We've even seen him in Ospreay already. He worked a match with Ospreay. There's the Last Ride. He wins with that. I think he beat Triple H with the Last Ride in 2011 too, if I'm not mistaken. It's a great match though. Yeah, they just said 9-0, so they mentioned the streak. This is the first mention of the streak. It's not part of the story, but they definitely mention it. It's cool that he won with the Last Ride. But yeah, like seriously, who does AEW even have that Jericho can work with? Him and Hangman, like, they should have done that rematch years ago. They should have done that a long time ago. MJF, God forbid, man. We've already seen that. Him and Swerve, I don't need to see him and Swerve. Him and Joe, we've already seen. Him and Samoa Joe. Him and Bandito, we've already seen. I mean, like, legit, who else even fucking is left for him to work with that he hasn't already worked with? I don't know, man. I just don't know. Great match, though. Back to the show from Taker and Triple H. Really good stuff. Good shit. Daniel said, Taker definitely held up the 10-0 with his hands after beating Flair. Oh, no, I remember that, where he goes like this. I remember that. I mean, Taker may not have been aware of this streak at this point, but they definitely mentioned it. They definitely mentioned it on commentary. Yeah, Jericho can work with Trevor. Jericho can indeed work with Trevor. That is true, Daniel. Take him. Oh, God, him and Ricochet? Jesus Christ. I'm sure he'd want to. Just take that up. Throw it in the garbage. Throw it right in the garbage. They can, I mean, that would be a great segment to change the channel for, I'll tell you that. Okay, almost main event time here with Stone Cold and Rock. Almost time. Oh, here comes the video package, too.
The time is now. It's the match that both men need to win, and neither man can afford to lose.
That neither man can afford to lose. Oh, yeah, a great video package here. Check out. Check out. Check out. Check out my melody. You think you're special? You do. Is this still the greatest WrestleMania video package of all time? I mean, I've seen better video packages. People are just nostalgic towards this one because of the song and the story and stuff, and it is a great package. I feel like WWE's done better, honestly. This is still a great one, though, because a lot of it is just clips.
Did I inform you that officially, as of now, you are managing The Rock?
Oh yeah, Stone Cold's wife, that whole thing. I mean, him and Deborah. That was such a forgotten aspect of their story because it's never even really brought up during the match at all. You would never even know this was part of the story unless you watched this video package or were watching WWE at the time. Daniel said, another reason Austin's heel turn didn't work, he turns and The Rock leaves to film a movie, so in one fell swoop they lose both of their top faces with no replacement. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. They had no one to replace Rock. It's a nice idea in theory to basically do a double turn with Rock and Austin where Rock's the top babyface and Austin's the top heel. But the problem is Rock was gone for many months to go film a movie. He was gone for like 3 or 4 months. Austin's a heel. And they had no one for Rock to work with except for, I mean, he worked with Taker. Did Steve? He worked with Taker, which we'd already seen a few times already. There's the Brothers of Destruction that, versus the two-man power trip, and then Triple H gets hurt. Triple H would have been the guy to probably ultimately conquer Stone Cold, which would have been interesting. But then Triple H gets hurt. So then they lose Triple H, they lose Rock, Steve Austin's a heel. I mean, this really was the end of the Attitude Era in a lot of ways. Ugh. Throws the beer up against his chest. Made up, leave your shit. Deborah still looks good today. I haven't seen Deborah. I don't know what she looks like today. Me. Yeah. Stunner. Yeah, no. The last stretch of this package is top tier shit. Just let the clips tell the story, I guess. The highway. Do they even really show their stuff from 1999? I feel like they kind of ignore that aspect of the story. Is this where Stone Cold turned? Yes, Eric, it is. They kind of ignore the fact that they had a match 2 years prior and Stone Cold won that. They probably should have incorporated that into the story.
I will give you every drop of sweat, every drop of blood, every ounce of energy I have. You are going to get the
absolute best of The Rock.
at WrestleMania. I need to beat you, Rock.
I need to beat you more than you'll ever know.
Thing that you could ever imagine.
More than you can ever imagine.
World Wrestling Federation champion. And that will be Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin. With all due respect.
With all due respect. I feel like Johnny Gargano tried to do his best Steve Austin impression last night on NXT in the interview with him and Miles Bourne backstage. He said something like he was looking right at the title. He goes, I need this, Miles. I need this really badly, or something like that. Trying to almost kind of steal word for word what Stone Cold had said. So, another no DQ match, actually. They had a lot of no DQ matches on this show. When was that? Jim Ross was like, when was that added? Okay, I guess it was a last-minute addition. I thought Rock brought it up in the sit-down with JR. He might have. I didn't see the full sit-down. I've only ever seen the video package. So he may have. He may have brought up how he wants to avenge that loss from Mania 2 years earlier. That would make sense. Another amazing Stone Cold song here, by the way. I know obviously his theme is a classic. I actually prefer this one by Disturbed. Stand up. It's a great fucking badass song. I don't know if this is where he debuted it. I think he may have already had it at this point. he may have come back from his neck injury with this song. I don't remember, but great fucking song. Daniel said, wasn't Triple H rumored to leave the Alliance had he not gotten hurt? I've never heard that rumor. That's possible, but like, I don't think so. I mean, Triple H got hurt in April. The Alliance didn't start until July, I don't think. Or June or July. Where would Stone Cold have gone face? I mean, they just turned the guy heel. So Stone Cold and Triple H would have had to lead the Alliance together. I think Triple H was always going to be the big baby face. Honestly, even if he didn't get hurt, I think Triple H was always going to go babyface and be the one to beat Austin for the title. They were going to turn, because Triple H beat Austin on the pay-per-view before WrestleMania. He beat him at No Way Out. So he had a claim to the championship. They're kind of booing Rock already. He doesn't get as much of a rousing reaction as you would expect, honestly. So, I mean, they had that built-in excuse to go to Triple H and Stone Cold at some point, except with the roles reversed, with Triple H being the face and Austin being the heel. And I think the thing was, Triple H knew also, if I turn face right after Mania, I'm not fucking beating Stone Cold for that title. So he was like, I'm staying heel. I'm aligning with Stone Cold. I'm not going to turn face right now. I don't think he would have joined the Alliance. I know Stephanie was ultimately the leader of the Alliance, so her and Stephanie, like Triple H and Stephanie leading the Alliance together would make sense, but where does Stone Cold fit into it? They turned Stone Cold back babyface like 2 months after turning heel. He turned face later on in the year, but when he first got involved with the Alliance shit, he was a heel. He was a part of the Alliance. So, I don't know. I don't know what their original plan was. And then Triple H was out for so long that by the time he came back, Stone Cold wasn't even champion anymore. It was Jericho. So they put him in the ring with Jericho at WrestleMania. Eric said earlier, thoughts on Dani Luna getting released by TNA. Garbage. I mean, she didn't get released. She requested her release. But I said this late last night. TNA's usage of the Knockouts division and how much they have dropped the ball in the last year needs to be fucking studied. I mean, really, ever since Jordan Grace left for WWE over a year ago, that division has slowly been on the decline. They booked Masha Slamovich really well, and her getting canceled wasn't TNA's fault, but she was like the only star they kind of got right. Tessa Blanchard, I mean, obviously she has her own issues, but she's been on her best behavior from what it seems like the last year. They've done almost nothing with Tessa. She feels like another woman on the roster. She's actually very talented. I'm not a big Tessa Blanchard fan at this point, but I'm just saying she is very talented. They've done nothing with her. Dani Luna gets over, becomes a great heel in that division. She was getting a nice push. She got pinned at their Sacrifice pay-per-view last week, quits. And now she's gone from the company. Steph DeLander, she's a talented woman as well. They wouldn't clear her from her neck injury or what they thought was a neck injury. She claimed it wasn't, so she quit. She also left. Masha Slamovich is gone from the company because she got canceled, so they didn't renew her deal. What else? Who else have they lost? I mean, Indy Hartwell they brought in. They brought in Indy Hartwell. She was getting a nice push for a while, and then she lost at Bound for Glory, which made no sense to me. She's been booked like a jobber pretty much the last 6 months, and I love Indy, but they've been booking her like a loser. They put the belt on Kalani Jordan randomly. They put the belt on fucking Lei Ying Lee and then Ariana Grace randomly. It's so fucking random. I just don't get it. Their women's division is garbage. They have the Elegance brand all over the show, and they're fucking terrible. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with their women's division. Jada Stone has potential. I like what she's doing. Tasha Steelz is a good fit in Order 4. But by and large, man, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It just does not make sense. Let me see TNA's roster. Let me check TNA's roster. Who they have for the women's division. They don't really have that many women. Alicia Fox being on the roster, like, who cares? They brought in Elena Black. She's good. I actually like Mara Sade, the former Jakara Jackson. I think she's actually had a pretty good run in TNA so far. But I feel like it's more a miss than hit with a lot of the women's division booking in the last year. Let's see. Let's see. Daniel said in the chat earlier, turning Austin heel in Texas was a choice. Yeah, I know. Jim Ross, they read his book. He said the same thing. He goes, why the fuck would you turn the guy in Texas? Makes zero sense. I forgot how long this match went. We're 3 hours and 12 minutes in. We still have another little over a half an hour to go. So they have like over half an hour to get to like the post-match shit and whatnot. You have a decent amount of time left.
Just 28 years of age, headlining his third consecutive WrestleMania.
Let's see. Daniel said, I prefer Disturbed too. I think it's an amazing song. Well, yeah, he debuted it when he came back from the neck injury full time. Okay, so it wasn't, I thought it might have been here that he debuted it. He already had it for a few months. I think he had it in the Rumble, didn't he? I rewatched that Rumble a few months ago. It's still a great Rumble. Daniel said, you can tell Rocky was already starting to lean out for Hollywood here. Yeah. Yeah, he was in actor mode by this point. Because wasn't he already in The Mummy? I think he left to go film, or The Mummy Returns. I think he was already in The Mummy Returns at this point. I think he left to go film The Scorpion King, which was his character from The Mummy that they made a spin-off about, which I actually thought the movie was decent. I don't think it did well at all, but I thought Rock did a decent job. Yeah, physique-wise, Daniel, yeah, you're right. He definitely was leaning out here for Hollywood. And he would kind of stay the same size up until he was done with WWE in 04-05. The fact he's only 28 here is unbelievable. The Rock is a lot younger than you think. I mean, bro, The Rock was one of the biggest stars in the world at 28. You can't fucking tell me Obafemi can't be world champion tomorrow. Like, why do they have to wait until they're like 38 in order to put world titles on people, you know? Cody Rhodes won his first title, his world title, when he was like 40. I don't know why they need to wait so long. The Rock was already a world champion by like 25, 26. And he was gone from the company by early 30s. Rock, if he didn't go to Hollywood, he could have been around for another 10, 15 years, man. There's still talk of Rock having one more match, and it's 25 years later, which is insane. Grunt said, I think if Benoit and Triple H did not get injured, they could have taken Austin's spot in the Alliance. I'd also put Big Show with them. In the Alliance? Yeah, where was Big Show in 01? Didn't he leave because he he put on too much weight, or they put him in developmental or something? Wasn't he not in WWE at that point? Grunt said, Indeed debuted in September 2000. Oh yeah, the theme song? Yep. It's a great fucking song. So he had been using it for quite some time at this point. And it's not like they were planning the heel turn from the moment he came back from his injury. No, there's Rock's mom, front row. I think that the heel turn was kind of like a last-minute thing. I think they kind of... Jim Ross talked about it in his book and how dumb of a call it was in retrospect. Eric said, the fact that the champ is Ariana Grace is an insult to TNA. I mean, an NXT jobber winning the title. I like Ariana Grace. I think she plays her role well, but I think when you have so many talented women that could hold it instead in TNA, like a Dani Luna, Lei Ying Lee was doing just fine with the championship. You could have put the belt on Indy Hartwell, but they put it on Ariana Grace instead. I mean, come on, man. The fuck are we doing? Daniel said 28 and already a 3-time Mania main eventer here. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. We haven't quite seen anyone with the Ascent at that age. Actually, that's not true. I was going to say we haven't seen anyone of that Ascent quite at that age since then. That's not true. We saw Brock Lesnar rise up in the ranks pretty fucking quickly, and he was younger than even The Rock was. And he main evented Mania once at that point. His first Mania, then he left after his second Mania. But still, it's pretty crazy. Daniel said, yeah, when did they send Big Show to OVW? I feel like it was the end of 01 because he's on this Mania. I don't remember what Big Show is doing like in the latter half of 01 because I feel like he was gone at that point. I think he was at Mania 18 doing some like joke shit or something was Big Show. Didn't he dress up like Hulk Hogan or something stupid like that? I don't remember. Maybe he was around for all of 01 and I'm just misremembering. Daniel said, I love to this day Rock's mom will be at shows regardless of Dwayne being there or not. Yeah, she's there to support the NOI family. There's a fuck ton of them, so. I mean, every time I see Rock's mom in the front row, I'm thinking, oh shit, maybe this means Rock is showing up. It doesn't mean anything. Rock still, I mean, she's just there regardless. They offer her tickets. She sits ringside. She shows up anyway. Grunt said he could have still at least wrestled annually had Vince renewed his contract instead of letting it expire like a moron. Yeah, no, that's another big story too with Rock. I think they were just bitter that he was becoming bigger than their own company. So they let his contract expire. Rock was insulted, so that's why he was gone for so many years. He will never properly say that, but he absolutely was fucking mad at the company for just letting his contract expire and not re-upping it. That was definitely WWE dropping the ball. And honestly, it probably worked out for the best, because had he come back to do wrestling every few years at that point, maybe he wouldn't have gone full in with the Hollywood thing and become the big marquee name that he did in the early 2010s. So it probably worked out for the best. But imagine, like, just think about it now. What matches? Let's fantasy book this for a second. Rock's contract with WWE expired, I want to say, in 05. If Rock had stuck around, who would he have worked with in the latter 2000s in WWE? I'm going to say Shawn Michaels. We probably would have finally gotten the Shawn Michaels match. I could have seen him running it back with Triple H at some point, because Triple H just dominated the product at that point. I feel like we could have gotten him in. We got him in Brock at SummerSlam 02. They could have run it back maybe before Brock left. Or actually, no, Rock was already in the company when Brock left, so that doesn't matter. We could have gotten Rock and Batista maybe, because Batista really got over around that time. We could have gotten Rock and Batista. The Battle of the Future Hollywood Stars. We could have gotten him and Cena a lot earlier than we did. Punk got over in like 09, but, you know, I don't know if that was a match they would have done. Yeah, I mean, who else did they even really have, you know? He probably would have run it back with a lot of people. Him and Orton, for sure. Proper singles feud of those two would have been great. Him as the Legend Killer, yeah, that. I forgot about Orton's big rise in the late 2000s. Rock and Orton would have absolutely happened at some point, probably as a Mania match. That would have been a great Mania 25 match, I'll tell you that much. Instead of fucking Triple H and Orton for the upteenth time. Daniel said, Show is also in the winner-take-all match. Is that at Survivor Series 01? Is that what you're talking about? I forgot about that. I think Show was impersonating folks was in like 2000. Yeah, I get my Big Show was doing so little in like between 2000 and 02 up until he like turned heel on SmackDown in 02. He was doing almost nothing of note. That a lot of those periods kind of just blend together for me. Grunt said he left after Backlash until September. He was on Team WWF at the Survivor Series. Well, there you go. Thank you, Grunt. Mr. Encyclopedia himself. Rock's got the ring bell now. He's been bleeding now for a while. Getting desperate. You know, I feel like all of their Mania matches are great. They really don't have a bad Mania match to these two. The third Mania match is more about nostalgia and big finishes and stuff. That might be their weakest Mania match. I think this might be their best one, and Mania 15 is right below it. Mania 15, the only knock against this match is, we'll get to it when it happens soon, but the chair shots from Rock to Stone Cold, from Stone Cold to Rock, with the assist from Vince, they go on fucking forever. They go on forever. I would say this is probably their best match. It felt like they truly hated each other here. Vince did factor into the finish, of course, but like I feel like in Mania 15, it just kind of felt like two people having a match over the championship, and Stone Cold's feud is more so with Vince. And Rock was just the corporate champion, which he literally was. Oh, Rock, good. Taking the arm. Yeah, this kind of felt like the peak of their rivalry, to be honest. And it's kind of crazy. They never really properly resolved this feud. They did it Mania 19 for Rock's like last full-time match. But like you do this massive angle with these two and they never went back to it. Like when by the time Rock came back later on in 01, Stone Cold was a fucking face again? I don't remember. They never really properly finished this feud after this angle at WrestleMania. I would have loved to have seen a proper Stone Cold heel babyface Rock match. Because he's still a babyface during this match as Stone Cold. Daniel said, do you think they deterred folks from going to Hollywood if it wasn't a WWE-produced movie because of how they lost Rock? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They pushed people to do their own WWE studio stuff, I'm sure. And we're like, oh, you got an offer to go do a Marvel movie? I don't think you should take that. I mean, that's why Batista left in 2010. He knew he was not going to get any acting experience, any acting roles if he worked for WWE. He would have been in a bunch of fucking WWE studio shit. Edge, same thing. He was in a WWE Studios movie or two. That was a great sell by Rock, by the way. He was in a WWE Studios movie or two, but he had to leave in 2012. His contract was up. He left. He was like, I'm going to go do shit outside of WWE. I don't want their fucking clearance. Because the WWE clearance, even today, is bad. It was way worse back then. They only really wanted you doing their own movies. They did not push you or encourage you to become bigger than the brand because of what happened with Rock. After what happened with Rock, they never really pushed people, again, to go do outside movies. They did with Cena years later, but that was after he was in a spot where he could say, hey, fuck you, company, WWE, I'm going to go out and do my own shit. Because before that, he was doing The Marine. He was doing another WWE Studios movie. He was doing WWE Studio shit, too, in the late 2000s. Not 12 Rounds. I saw that in theaters. That was a WWE Studios movie, I'm pretty sure. Daniel said Austin had joined the Alliance by the time Rock came back. So did they ever really do a match? I mean, if Austin was in the Alliance and he was still a heel at that point and Rock came back, did they ever have a proper rematch? They probably did on TV. I don't remember them ever having an actual match on pay-per-view. In late 01 with one-on-one. Because then by 02, they also went their just separate ways. Do I want WWE to bring back WWE Studios? No. I mean, I'm a nostalgia freak for, like, you know, some of the stuff that I watched in WWE Studios back in the day. Like 12 Rounds. I saw that in theaters. See No Evil. I watched many years later, but that's a guilty pleasure of mine. I got the sharpshooter, does Rock. Shades of Mania 13. With Austin bleeding in the sharpshooter. Shades of Mania 13 4 years earlier. And they're not going to mention that because Bret Hart's on their shit list at this point. Oh, Mania passed. They did kind of allude to it without actually mentioning it. No, but a lot of the WWE Studio stuff sucked. I mean, I saw Knucklehead. I bought that one. I got that for Christmas. It was not a good movie. Rock just said, fuck you. Johnny said, UFC doing the same today after Conor and Ronda. Doing the same what? Johnny said, I'm nostalgic for old video games. Seen him in Marine wasn't bad. I haven't seen The Marine, actually. I know that's a hot take. I've seen The Marine 2 and 3 with Ted DiBiase and The Miz, respectively. I never watched the first Marine movie. I'll have to go back and watch it at some point. Yeah, Stone Cold's another one. Because he stayed under WWE contract, he only ever really did their own movies. I don't think he had the same charisma that Rock did as far as being an actor, but the movies that he did were decent, but they were all like WWE Studio shit, and the writing was just garbage. So had he actually left and become bigger than WWE, he would have become a much bigger name, I want to say. Stone Cold was always much more of a wrestler than Rock was. Yeah, I'm nostalgic for old video games, though. I grew up with a GameCube. I grew up with an N64 before that, but, like, No Mercy I'm nostalgic towards. Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, Mario Kart Double Dash. The Wii I also got about a year after it came out, so I played a lot of Mario Kart on that. Lego Star Wars. I still play that to this day on the newer Switch. No, the old Switch. But yeah, I have Lego Star Wars. Battlefront was a classic. Battlefront was amazing. All the old SVR games, specifically 07, 08, I'm nostalgic towards. Crash Bandicoot was fun. I could be here all days talking about old video games. Super Smash Bros. How could I forget? That shit was amazing. Specifically Melee. But I had Brawl 2. Great game. Great fucking game. What letter grade would I give Rock Sharpshooter? I missed it just, I mean, I saw it, but I feel like he doesn't really fully sink it in. So I want to say B. He kind of just stands. So I would maybe C+, but definitely no higher than a B. Grunt said, See No Evil is the only one I've seen. Well, you didn't miss much because the other movies are terrible. See No Evil is also terrible, too. See No Evil is one of those movies, though, that's like a guilty pleasure of mine. It's like so bad that it's fun to rewatch. I'm actually in the process of making on Letterboxd, I'm in the process of making a guilty pleasure list of like movies that are so bad that I enjoy. I'm putting See No Evil on that list. I'm just writing it down. There we go. Don't want to forget that. Rocks was always too loose. I agree, Daniel. They also referenced the Screwjob at Survivor Series later this year. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, that's like a canon event in WWE. That also involved Bret Hart getting fucked over, so I wouldn't be surprised. That doesn't surprise me that they would mention that, because it made Bret Hart look bad, whereas the Bret Hart sharpshooter, he won that match with Stone Cold. They would make Bret Hart look good. So they didn't mention it, obviously. Johnny said Mortal Kombat, Marvel vs. Capcom, NBA. Yeah, I never played any of those games. My brothers played Street, NBA Street, the football games. Forgot what they're called. They played some of the NBA games too. I don't think they were NBA. And I'm not talking about Madden either. Grunt said he was in the Expendables, which was cool to see. Oh yeah, Stone Cold was in the Expendables. As were a bunch of other actors, but action stars. But yeah, no, he was good in the Expendables from what I saw. I don't think I've ever seen the full movie. I think the only Expendables movie I've seen in full was Expendables 3, I want to say. I think they made a fourth one. I definitely saw one of them in theaters when I was in college, like over 10 years ago. And it was decent. I don't remember much about it, but it was decent. Stunner from Rock. This was before they traded all their finishers at Mania 19. Yeah, we only have about 16 minutes left in the show, guys. Match is almost over. Show's almost over. I've been here for already 3.5 hours. Oh, kick out from Stone Cold. Daniel said, yeah, Austin or maybe Angle puts Rock in the sharpshooter at Survivor Series, he's saying, that year. Heyman screams for Hebner to ring the bell. JR says Rock hasn't tapped. Oh, here comes Vince. Heyman's like, that never happened, Hebner. That never stopped Hebner before at Survivor Series. Oh, that's funny. I don't remember that. I've definitely seen Survivor Series 01, but I just don't remember it. Johnny said, what do you think of Megan Fox as an actress? She's fine. I only ever really associate Megan Fox with the Transformers movies. And I think I only ever saw one of those. I saw the first one actually in full for the first time a few years ago with Alexis. I think she's just kind of cardboard, to be honest with you. Though I did watch her. Isn't she in Jennifer's Body? We watched that movie too a few years ago. That was a good movie. I thought that was decent. And she was good in that. But everything else I've seen her in is kind of cardboard. She also voiced a character in she voiced like fucking Megan or something. Or no, her name is Megan. Didn't she? Megan Fox voiced someone. Who did she voice? She voiced a cartoon character. Let me see. She's only 39. Crazy. Yeah, she must have been really young. 2014 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, they did make a 4th Expendables in 2023. Yeah, I didn't see that one. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. That's who she voiced the character in. And she was decent. She wasn't really in it all that much. Noel said, and on this night, JR gave us the greatest quote in wrestling, shaking hands with Satan himself. Yeah, I mean, as dumb of an angle as it was to turn Stone Cold heel, that is a great fucking quote and a great picture that I used in the thumbnail for this video of Stone Cold and McMahon shaking hands. Oh, McMahon helping Austin. So that's the real reveal that McMahon is working with Austin. It's like, whoa, man, he's helping Steve Austin. It's such a dumb reveal because then it's like, oh, that's so like anticlimactic. I don't know. I just feel like that could have been better executed. Because it becomes obvious at that point that McMahon is helping Stone Cold on purpose. Oh, rock bottom from Stone Cold. Kicks out at 2. Who do I think beats JC? Eric asked. I think Kendall Gray wins the championship from JC Jane this weekend at Stand and Deliver. That's my prediction. Ronda for AEW Women's Champion. Eric, absolutely not. April Fools indeed. Noel said, if you had to rank your top 5 WrestleMania stages, what would they be? I don't know what the 5 would be, but 1 would be WrestleMania 33, number 2 would be WrestleMania 39. I was at both shows, so I'm biased, but those 2 stages are goated. Goated stages. I don't even know what the other stages would be. I like 24. A lot of the other ones just kind of blend together for me. 30 is a nice one. 34 looks cool. 35 was kind of boring. 36 looked cool, the pirate ship shit. 38 was the star, right? 39 was amazing. 40 looked cool. 41 last year looked cool, from what I can recall. But yeah, definitely 33 and then 39. What do I think about Sydney Sweeney as an actress? I think she's fine. I don't watch Euphoria, but I saw her in, of all things... See, they're dragging it out here with Stone Cold and Vince. Like, it just goes on for way too long. Like, the impact of the actual turn is completely lost. I just don't like the finish here and how it's done. Otherwise, the match is awesome. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney's fine, though. I don't know. I don't hate her as much as most people. She's not exactly an exhilarating actress, but she's okay. Specifically in, what's that movie called? The Spider-Man movie she was in. Madam Web. I thought she was okay in that movie. I haven't watched the recent Mortal Kombat game, Johnny said. I haven't played it, so I don't know what you're talking about. Happy 25th anniversary to WrestleMania 17, the day the Attitude Era peaked. I wouldn't even argue it peaked, Grunt. I would argue it died on this day. This was the peak, but it also died. I mean, you could argue the Attitude Era was going on for the rest of 01. I mean, there really are no dates for things. But I would say the Attitude Era was kind of just over after this. It just wasn't the same. Yeah, the finish to this match irks me. Daniel said all those chair shots. Yeah, it's just too much. It just goes on for way too long. And it's also unprotected chair shots, too. Noel said, even Steve said himself, I should have stunned Vince at the end of the night. I agree with him. They made the wrong call. Grunt said best stages. He said 20, 23, 33, and 37. Yeah, 37 was cool, but you forgot 39 was incredible. 39 is also amazing. 29, I don't remember 29. They had the Statue of Liberty, right? That was a good stage, but that Mania was terrible, so I kind of forget about it. JC Jane's been in NXT since Black and Gold, it feels like. She has been, Daniel. She's literally been in NXT since before NXT 2.0 started. You can do the math on that one. I remember her being on television 5 years ago. Eric said Javon Evans has the opportunity to become the youngest IC champion ever. He does. I don't know if he will. Oh, another chair shot. I don't know if he will, but we'll see. Johnny said the heel turn would have made more sense if The Rock had beaten Austin every time before Mania. Yeah, no, he was desperate to beat Rock even though he had beaten him every fucking time before this point. Prior to this point. He was not desperate at all. He could have become champion with ease. Did I like Ronda Rousey's acting? Yeah, she's fine too. For like a celebrity sports athlete actress, she was okay. I watched that Mile 22 movie with her in it and Mark Wahlberg. She was fine. She wasn't great. She was decent. Definitely not a great actress. Do I agree with this being the greatest Mania? Yes, even after watching it today, I do. I mean, if it's not this Mania, what other Mania is better than this one? I mean, not every match on the show is a barn burner, but I mean, you have enough amazing matches and just the vibe around the show, the peak of the Attitude Era, a little bit of everything for everyone, wild finish, even though the finish... Yeah, that's a stupid finish. I mean, I'm happy Stone Cold won, but like the way he... all the cheer shots and then he pins him, that's kind of dumb. That's the only knock against the match for me. The heel turn could have been better executed, even though he was kind of heelish even prior to this point. But yeah, I would say this is the best Mania. I don't even know what Mania would be better, to be honest. Mania 39 is a good one. That's a great Mania. I love 24. I think 17 is the definitive WrestleMania. A lot of the early ones, 1 through 10, have a lot of filler garbage on them. 17 to me feels like a complete card. 19, some will say WrestleMania 40 is a great show. 39 might even be better, to be honest with you. It's not the best WrestleMania of all time. It's among the best ever. It's not the best. 19 is a great one. I would not say 19 is the best ever. 17 is better, but 19 has some of the best main events as well. Triple H and Booker is kind of a black mark on that show. But 19 is also a very good Mania. Very underrated Mania. Daniel said, to me, the rest of 01 is the Invasion era. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Johnny said Invincible and Daredevil Born Again en route to being S-tier seasons. I don't know about that. They're not S-tier. I mean, Born Again's only been back for I've only watched 2 episodes. The third one came out last night. In addition to the second one, I haven't seen the third episode yet. I mean, it's been good, but it's not S-tier. Invincible, the first 3 episodes were great. The most recent Hell episode was kind of filler, so it's not exactly S-tier either. Urinate on The Rock. Why do they bother to protect The Rock like this when he was on his way out to Hollywood? I have no idea. To set up a rematch that they never ended up doing until Mania 19, and by that point Rock was heel again and Austin was babyface again? I don't know. Makes no sense. And then Daniel said, yeah, or Grunt said that, I'm sorry. Daniel said, yeah, like Austin had won the Rumble by himself, but all of a sudden he needs an insurance policy to win against The Rock, who he already beat. The story made no sense. It's the same reason why Cena turning heel last year made no sense. We talk about this heel turn as being the best of all time in WWE before Cena. Cena's is the best actual heel turn. It's better than this. Rock's is better, but that's in WCW. But it's the same thing. They both don't need the fucking authority figure that they ended up aligning with. Cena didn't need The Rock on that show, and Stone Cold didn't need McMahon. It made no sense. It was It was a swerve for the sake of a swerve. And also, they destroy Rock here. Rock was back the next fucking night. It's not like this was the last time you saw Rock for the next 6 months. He was back the next night on Raw. Oh, Megan voices a character in Mortal Kombat. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, they had the steel cage match the next night on Raw. They literally had another match. Well, yeah, they had a rematch the next night, Johnny. I'm talking about, they didn't finish the feud the next night. And I also think that match may have ended in, a non-finish or some shit, from what I can recall. Because that was when Triple H was going to turn against Stone Cold. But instead, they did the 2-man power trip, right? There's the repeated chair shots. He sold his soul to buy God, Satan himself. Great quote. The aftermath sucked. That's the problem. They turned Stone Cold heel at the worst time. In his home fucking state, which made no sense. Made 0 sense. They never really properly explained why he would align with a man he hated for so many years. He did not need to benefit from it. He won the Rumble by himself, like you said, Daniel. He wasn't on a losing streak. He got hurt for a fucking year. Then he came back, and it was like, oh, he needs the authority figure. But why, though? Makes no sense. Did I like the Stone Cold Triple H pairing? Oh, and this is when we get to the video package, and then they wrap up the show. I think the 2-man power trip was a great idea. But it just got cut short too soon because Triple H got hurt. So, yeah, I think the Stone Cold Triple H pairing was really good. I think they had great chemistry as partners. And I like the idea of like, oh, you think Triple H is going to turn on Stone Cold immediately? But actually, they joined forces. They never really, and it wasn't even really a faction. It was just two guys. It was really just two guys. And it only lasted for like 3 to 4 weeks. But they had great chemistry in those 3 to 4 weeks. And, yeah, it just got cut short, and they never really properly were able to blow it off. Even when Stone Cold came back, or Triple H came back from injury, Stone Cold was gone. He quit in mid-02, and then when Stone Cold came back, they feuded going into WrestleMania 17, because Triple H was the one who attacked Stone Cold in late 99. I know that. I'm just saying that they never really were able to go off of the two-man power trip stuff, as far as I can remember. I think this video package properly highlights how good the show is, with a little bit of everything. You get the spectacle match in TLC, the great wrestling match in Benoit Angle. You get the sports entertainment shit in the McMahons. Quick women's showcase with Chyna and Ivory, which was exactly what it needed to be. Nice big fight feel for Triple H and Taker, where Triple H was able to really prove himself as a top draw. Rockin' Stone Cold is the massive marquee main event. Big shock heel turn at the end. Some solid undercard shit. Fun hardcore match for the triple threat hardcore title. This is still the best Mania of all time. 25 years on, and I'm not even someone who likes the Attitude Era. I fucking hate the Attitude Era. I mean, that's a hot take. I don't like the Attitude Era. And I will still sit here and tell you this is the best WrestleMania of all time. And it's a popular opinion for a reason. Daniel said, at least Cena was on a losing streak when he turned, but they didn't acknowledge it. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Even I would still say it didn't make sense. But the reason why he turned, like, why would he align with The Rock? And then The Rock never showed up again. That also, they never really explained. Johnny said, hopefully an NXT TakeOver is next for a live stream. Yeah, that would be fun. I've actually debated that recently. I'm getting more nostalgic for NXT from like 10, 15 years ago. So I might go back and do a TakeOver live. Oh, you also have the Gimmick Battle Royal, which is just complete silliness. But it's a fun little match while it lasted. No, Mamadou, I don't like Attitude Era. I'm not an Attitude Era fan. I will not go back and watch most of those shows. I just think I can understand the appeal for the Attitude Era. It was a fun time to be a fan. But, like, there were so many, I don't know, it's not my style. It just was too much garbage television. I would probably feel differently if I lived through it, but I didn't. I kind of prefer the Ruthless Aggression era more, to be honest with you. But yeah, I would love to do a live stream for a future TakeOver. That'd be cool. I don't know what TakeOver that would be. Today's actually the 10-year anniversary, I think, of TakeOver. Yeah, isn't today the 10-year anniversary of TakeOver Dallas, actually? NXT TakeOver Dallas? 25 years for this, 10 years for that show. And that was also in Texas. Yeah! Unless that was the Saturday before Mania, but I'm pretty sure it was the Friday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Friday of Mania weekend. And then Saturday was the Hall of Fame, if I remember correctly. I also miss video packages at the end of Mania, Johnny. I agree with that. Check out. Check out a melody. And there it is. It's over. I stopped the clock because the Mania is done. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Oh, Mania 2000 just started on my end. Oh, shit. That's funny. Maybe one of these days I'll revisit WrestleMania 2000. Today is not that day. It's also not a great Mania, so probably not. And it's not like so bad that it's worth revisiting. It's just kind of not a great Mania. There are definitely worse Manias and better Manias than that one. It's kind of more of a mid-Mania than anything. But anyway, we'll finish out with the chat here, then head on out here in a second. One of the New York takeovers would be great to do. Yeah, really any of them, honestly. Honestly, any of them. It is crazy to think TakeOver Dallas was 10 years ago today. I would have loved to have watched that show, but I felt like it was more important to rewatch Rock and Austin. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm wearing the shirt. You know? I feel like it was more important to rewatch this show because it's been 25 years. That's a big milestone anniversary, and it's the greatest Mania of all time. So, yeah, maybe one day we'll rewatch TakeOver Dallas. I might watch it tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to live stream it, but I might watch it myself and check it out again because that is a great WrestleMania or a great TakeOver. But if I were to do another live stream for a TakeOver, we could just do a random one. It doesn't have to be on an anniversary. Yes, Mamadou, Mania 17 did indeed have enough swag jiggly for me. I can confirm that. You can tell I have the Texas hat too, so I'm all decked out here today for Mania 17. Yeah. If we were to do a TakeOver watch along, first of all, the shows are shorter, so that is nice. I like doing stuff coinciding with anniversaries. TakeOver Dallas is today, so we're not watching that one. TakeOver The End was a good show, but I don't know if it's big enough to justify doing a live stream for. TakeOver Brooklyn 2, maybe. That's in the summer, but that's coming up. I should have really done a watch-along for TakeOver Brooklyn 1, but I think I was busy that day. I went camping, so I couldn't do it. I didn't even have a chance to rewatch it, but I fucking love that show. TakeOver Brooklyn 1 was incredible. TakeOver Toronto's in November, so I don't know. Maybe one of those. The 5-year anniversaries don't really hit because that was during COVID. So none of those. TakeOver Toronto, you just said Grunt, maybe. That's in November, so possibly. I might want to do one before then, but possibly. It doesn't have to be an anniversary. I just like doing the anniversaries, like 5-year, 10-year, stuff like that. It's more fun for me personally. But anyway, New York TakeOver would be great. It's not an anniversary of that necessarily, like a 5 or 10 year, but I was at that last TakeOver in New York in 2019, and that was the best TakeOver I've ever been to and the best TakeOver they've ever done. Tony Khan should indeed use this song for Anarchy in the Arena. I agree with that. I'm not even an Anarchy in the Arena fan, but I would agree they should absolutely use that fucking song for Anarchy in the Arena in the future. Mamadou said, this era is funny because Triple H and Taker would face each other like 5 more times within the next few months on a Raw and SmackDown. They would do rematches all the time. And yeah, I don't remember that because I wasn't watching back then, but that is funny. They used to run matches into the fucking ground on television. When is the last time I was talking to Tony? I don't know what you're talking about. Tony Khan? Tony who? When is the last time I was talking to Tony? You gotta clarify, Mamadou. I have not talked to Tony. I actually asked Tony Khan a question at the Full Gear press conference, the post-show press conference. That was in November. Otherwise, I don't know what you're talking about. Johnny said, if there were commercials, it would have been at least 4 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah. Thankfully, they did not have commercials. At least I don't think on these pay-per-views back then. It's so much better off without the fucking commercials. And when I go camping, how much s'mores did I eat? A lot. I have a lot of s'mores. Usually I go camping with some family members usually every August. We've been doing it now for several years. We'll go for a Friday night, all of Saturday, leave Sunday. We'll have s'mores on Friday night, Saturday night, maybe sometimes on Sunday. But I try to get as many s'mores as I can because I don't really eat s'mores otherwise. Mamadou said Tony Khan. Okay, yeah. No, the last time I talked to Tony Khan would have been I asked him a question. I don't talk. He's not on my fucking phone contacts. Contrary to popular belief that all the media is in Tony Khan's pocket. I've actually responded to Tony Khan tweets. He's never acknowledged me publicly outside of press conferences, even though I have criticisms of his product. I know people who he has DM'd. I know that as a fact. I know people in wrestling media that he has DM'd when he takes exception to something they say, which is kind of fucking weird to me. He can't do that to me though, because I don't think I follow him, so he actually can't do that, even if he wanted to. But yeah, the last time I talked to Tony Khan was at the post-show press conference at Full Gear in November, and he kind of cut off my question, to be honest, which was typical of Tony Khan. Anyway, Johnny said he talked to Tony the Tiger yesterday. Well, very nice. Go have some Frosted Flakes while you're at it too. That's going to do it, guys. This has been a lot of fun. Very long stream here today, but well worth it. I knew what we were getting ourselves into with the WrestleMania 17 watch-along. We've been talking about it for a few weeks. Thank you guys for joining me in the chat. If I didn't have you guys here in the chat chatting with me, we wouldn't really be able to go as long as we did. I'd be sitting here watching it quietly by myself. So it would not be remotely as entertaining or as fun. So thank you so much for that. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. If you want to see more of this sort of stuff, let me know. whether it be for a takeover or an AEW show, maybe an old AEW show. I know current stuff, people want to see me do watch-alongs for current shit. Typically during the shows, I either like to, one, relax, or two, I like to do work. Or I do have to do work during the show. So that's why I don't really do watch-alongs for current stuff. I know I did a watch-along for an NXT Vengeance Day event about a year ago, and that was fun, but that was only because I was snowed in. Otherwise, I don't really do that. But yeah, maybe in the future we could do another one of these for another. We'll definitely do another one of these in the future for like a retroactive old show. This was an old one. 2001. Like I said, guys, we did one a few months ago. If you missed it, for a Royal Rumble 2016 match, the 2016 Royal Rumble match, we did that back in January. That was a lot of fun. I did one of these for an NXT event live as it happened last February. I have watch-alongs from 10, 15 years ago. Actually, here's another one. Money in the Bank, 2011, turns 15 years old this year. I've already done a watch-along for that show, but it's been, so long since I last did that I might do another one. I might do it again. Maybe we could do one for Money in the Bank 2011 coming up in July, because it falls on a Friday. That would be fun to do, I feel like. We can watch that show and watch along and comment on it, so keep an eye out for that. That's not until July, though. Maybe we could do one before then. But at any rate, guys, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for tuning in, leaving a comment in the chat, or watching after the fact. Always appreciated. Be sure I just quickly realized that I've been muted this entire time. For some reason, my mic was muted, but I just was shouting out real quickly. The channel members, want to shout them out one more time because I was muted there for a couple of minutes. Alexis, Miss Mod Matthews, Dillon, DiGiacomo, Mrs. Renee, Daniel, Malcolm, at I'm Quarter on X, DJ Swerve1, at Swerve1 on IG, Mr. Marceau, at RJ_Marceau on X, John Ritland, Real Honesty with John Ritland on YouTube, Richie, Red Planet Wrestling on YouTube, and Average Grunt at gruntwrestling.bluesky.social on Blue Sky. Thank you guys for tuning into the streams. This was a lot of fun rewatching WrestleMania 17. I know we had some technical difficulties there in the last 5 to 10 minutes, but beyond that, we had a really fun time, and I appreciate you guys tuning in with me for the 25th anniversary of, in my opinion, the greatest WrestleMania of all time. Keep an eye out for any potential watch-alongs in the future, and also be sure to turn on notifications for all future live videos here on the channel. Hashtag AskGSM on Tuesdays, WrestleRant Radio on Thursdays, and the occasional watch-along here on Wednesdays. But speaking of which, we'll be back here tomorrow here on the channel for WrestleRant Radio, myself and Mr. Marceau, breaking down all the latest in the world of wrestling, the latest WrestleMania developments, John Cena being named as host, potentially my reaction to Chris Jericho returning on Dynamite tomorrow night, so keep an eye out for that as well. If it happens tonight on Dynamite, I'll react tomorrow on WrestleRant Radio. Until next time, guys, I'm Graham GSM Matthews. For real this time, enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll catch your ass down the road.